Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I'm Trey Williams, Vice Chair of the Commission. Today is May 25th, 2023. You may look at the physiques of the commissioners and think you're at the U.S. Masters weightlifting competition that is one ballroom north of us. Ms. Hood, would you please have the roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Williams.
Here.
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 Commissioner Sharon Taylor Ellis.
Here.
Commissioner Marty. And Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
I'd like to remind everyone, if you haven't already, to please put your phones on silent. Thank you very much, and it is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Commissioner Taylor Ellis.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here. The Commission begins its meetings with the introduction of those in attendance. Mr. Eldridge, would you please proceed with the introductions of our visitors?
Good morning, Jim Chow, Orlando University.
Good morning, Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group Education Consulting and FAPS member.
Good morning, Dr. Karen Martin Brown, CEO of Dragon Rises College in Gainesville.
Ian Bouchard, Cole Middleton Educational Consultants, proud member of FAPS.
Good morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Dr. Beverly Bonaparte, International Nursing Solutions Nursing Consultant here in Florida.
Good morning, Maggie Goldstein, Meridian West Central College.
Good morning, Brittany Goldstein, Meridian West Central College in Sarasota.
Nelda Webb, Chamberlain University.
Good morning, Dr. Sharon Rodriguez, Campus President, Chamberlain University, Miramar Campus.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Donna Morol. I am the Campus President for Chamberlain at Jacksonville Campus.
Hi, good morning. I'm Meredith Mendoza. I'm the Dean, Trinity Global.
Good morning, Dan Splain, NRI Institute of Health Sciences, Royal Palm Beach, Florida.
Dr. Herb Ricardo at South State University.
Good morning, Henry Abramson, Touro University, Florida.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Drucker, Regional Director of Regulatory Compliance for Florida Career College.
Good morning. My name is Danis Ravelo, and I am the Regional Director of Regulatory Compliance for Florida Career College.
Good morning. Sanjay Sardana, CFO for Florida Career College and IEC.
Good morning, everybody. Timothy Moscato, Regional Vice President of Operations, Florida Career College.
Good morning, Lynn Mulheron, Vice President of Government Relations, Florida Career College and International Education Corporation.
Good morning, Aaron Mortensen, Senior Vice President, General Counsel, IEC in Florida Career College.
Good morning, George Hardy II, Executive Director, Florida Career College, Hialeah Campus.
Good morning, Dallas Cruz, Regional Director of Education for Florida Career College.
Good morning, Cherie Biles, Regional Registrar, Florida Career College.
Hi, good morning. Greg Falcon, Executive Director, Florida Career College, Pembroke Pines Campus.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Johnson, Raw Beauty School in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Good morning, Mary Rutaco, Resulting. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, guests. Nikki Good, Regional Vice President for Fortis. We're not on the agenda today, just here to listen, learn, and as always, shamelessly steal any good idea here.
Good morning, Dr. Eric Roberts, Uda Bay University Campus Director out of Sweetwater, Florida.
Good morning, James McCoy, South College Campus President in Orlando.
Good morning, Kristen Roberts, Compliance Coordinator, Southern Illinois University, Carbondale.
Good morning, Taylor Presley, Associate Director with Southern Illinois University, Carbondale.
Good morning, I'm Ann Coward and I'm from Southern Illinois University as well, and I'm a Program Coordinator in Compliance and Operations.
Good morning, Dr. Rose Hodge Smith, not on the agenda. I'm like Fortis, we're just here to steal some ideas. H&H Consulting.
Good morning, Carmelo Torres from Ana Mendes University.
Good morning, Claudia Camacho, Director of Compliance, Universidad Ana Mendes.
Good morning, Dr. Maria Baez, Associate Vice Chancellor for Compliance, Accreditation, and Licensing, Ana Mendes University.
Greetings and salutations. Your humble servant here, Arthur H. Reyes, representing Humboldt International University out of the great state of Miami. Buenos días, damas y caballeros. Guten Tag, mein Herren, mein Herren. If you permit me, board, I have a small announcement to make. It's more like a paraphrase of something I read just the other day from our 16th president. I paraphrase it just to make sure everybody understands it. A commission divided against itself cannot stand. I believe the Commission for Independent Education cannot endure permanently, half looking after the welfare of the students and the other half looking after the welfare of the educational owners. Since September, I have noticed I do not expect this commission to be dissolved yet. I do not expect this body to fall yet. But I do expect it to cease being divided. It will become either the voice of students' rights or the voice of owners placing profit over education. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Charles Ensminger. I'm with Remington University.
Good morning, Dr. Nuftej Dosanjh, Vedere Institute.
Good morning, Rob Shank, Vedere Institute.
Good morning, Pariksit Singh, MD, Chairman, Vedere Institute.
Good morning, Colin Besner, Associate Dean, Vedere Institute.
Good morning, Janie Bailey, Vice Chancellor for Academics, Nexus University.
Good morning, Robert DeFranco, President of American College of Applied Science, Crescent City, Florida.
Good morning, Jake Bonifield, Vice President of Government Relations and Counsel, DeVry University.
Good morning, Harold Garrick, Hebron International College.
Good morning, Dr. J. Ober, International College of Health Sciences.
Good morning, Lisa Hilton, International College of Health Sciences.
Good morning, Dr. Kelly Krinkle, Florida National University, Director of Accreditation and Compliance.
Good morning, Marisha Tucker McFadden, Bridgeway School of Nursing in Orlando.
Good morning, Nancy Bradley, Daytona College, Ormond Beach, Florida, VAPS Foundation member. Thank you.
Good morning, Sue Edwards, Ultimate Medical Academy, Tampa.
Good morning, Sandy Mortham, Governmental Consultants.
Good morning, Commissioners and staff. Alan Mortham, Executive Director, Florida Association of Post-Secondary Schools and Colleges in Tallahassee.
Good morning, Park Smith, Director of Institutional Effectiveness, Jersey College.
Good morning, Vladimir Velázquez, COO, Cesar Vallejo College, Miami.
Good morning, Commissioners and guests. My name is Edwin Terrones, Dean of Cesar Vallejo College.
Good morning, Ana Maria Escobar from Cesar Vallejo College, Miami, Florida.
Good morning, Karina Cárdenas, Cesar Vallejo College.
Good morning, Heraclio Campana, Cesar Vallejo College.
Good morning, Dr. James Aludor, Palm Beach Career College, Fort Pierce, Florida.
Good morning, Peter Cressito. I'm Kaiser University Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Operating Officer, and I'm here as a spectator.
Art Kaiser, Chair, Southeastern College.
Julia Corona, Executive Director of Southeastern College and proud FAPS board member.
Good morning. Dr. Edwin Delgado, Chief Academic Officer for Southeastern College.
Good morning, Melanie Valou, CFO of Southeastern College.
Good morning, Floette Sunich, Program Director at Sunlight Healthcare Academy in Longwood.
Good morning, Erna Sinadas McCabe, Program Director, Sunlight Healthcare Academy.
Good morning, Adelina from Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Office of the CEO at Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, I'm Carla, Assistant Director of Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, my name is Dr. Hajar, and I'm the Executive Director at Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Dr. Luis Javier Delgado, Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico, Florida Campus's Director.
Dr. Pablo J. Perez, ASI College Director.
Pablo Perez, ASI College, Miami Lakes Campus, Director of Education.
Good morning, commissioners and staff and attendees and those online. Dr. Henry Oliveira from South Florida College of Nursing, Dean and CEO.
Good morning, David Friera, Administrator, South Florida College of Nursing.
Good morning, James Jones, Arizona College of Nursing, Fort Lauderdale campus.
Good morning, Dr. Deborah Long, Arizona College of Nursing. I'm the Director of Nursing Regulatory Affairs.
Hello, Alexis Garuso, Arizona College of Nursing, Sarasota campus.
Good morning, Matthew Egan, Arizona College of Nursing.
Morning, Nick Mansour, Arizona College of Nursing.
Good morning, John Zarnetsky, Dean and CEO of Ave Maria School of Law.
Good morning, Carol Palacios, Atlantis University.
Good morning, Ken Kushner, Atlantis University.
Good morning, Jay Stubblefield, Lincoln Memorial University, Tampa Learning Site.
Good morning, Gemma Nieto, GGN Consulting.
Good morning, Clara Duarte with Advanced Royals Institute, Miami, Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Oslaida Caballero, ADON at Royal Advanced Institute.
Good morning, my name is Damaris Diaz, President for Royal Advanced Institute.
Good morning, Dr. Pat Edwards, Cambridge College, Nursing.
Good morning, Julie Orloff, Cambridge College, Vice President of Regulatory and Compliance.
Good morning, my name is Baudelaire Sainville. I'm a nurse practitioner. Most people call me Bo. I'm here representing Essential School of Nursing out of Miami Gardens, Florida.
Good morning all, Maritza Bedoya, Career Education Advisors Group, representing Essential School of Nursing. And God bless America.
Good morning, Sam Ferguson, retired Army Infantry Rifleman and consulting with Giorgetti and Santoro.
Chris Giorgetti, Santoro and Giorgetti Post-Secondary Education, today with Palm Beach University, Moore Marine College, and Pulse Radiology Institute.
Good morning, Alan Moore, President, Moore Marine College.
Good morning, Gladys Slater, Director of Admissions of Pulse Radiology Institute.
Good morning, Don Slater, Campus President, Pulse Radiology Institute, St. Augustine, Florida.
Good morning, Sharon Marshall of Sharon Nursing Academy, Jacksonville, Florida.
Good morning, Marilyn Felder, Sharon Nursing Academy, Jacksonville, Florida.
Good morning, everybody. Jeanette Espinal, I'm a Global Dean of Students for Schiller International University. And as Nika Good mentioned, we're here to absorb some good practices today.
Good morning, Dr. Victoria Bayman, Chief Academic Officer and Provost at Schiller International University, Tampa, Florida.
Good morning, Francisco Silva, Embry University, Orlando, Florida.
Hello, Mark Murray. I'm an attorney in Tallahassee, representing several schools on the agenda today.
Good morning. Last but hopefully not least, my name is Bob Harris. I'm an attorney with the Messer Caproli Law Firm in Tallahassee. Today I'm representing Advanced Science International, Chamberlain University, Polytechnic University, Universidad Algemendez, Quality Healthcare Training. And for those of you that received an email a month ago from a consultant that said you shouldn't hire lawyers, please understand, my clients are fine.
Well, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. As the saying goes, 80% of communication is nonverbal, so it really is nice to see all your faces out here today. Next on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. We'll consider the minutes from meetings held February 10th, 2023, as well as March 30th and 31st, 2023. Commissioners, the February is in your addendum. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Whitaker, seconded by Commissioner Taylor Ellis. Are there any discussion about the minutes prior to moving on? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to approve March minutes is adopted. Next, I'd like to say how excited I am, and I'm sure I speak for the rest of the commission and those in attendance, to work with the new Director Hurst here. And Ms. Hurst, would you please give us the Executive Director's report?
Thank you, Commissioner Williams, and good morning, Commissioners, and to all the rest of you in the room today. It's nice to see your faces. I've seen a lot of you on Zoom, so it's nice to actually meet you in person. So we will start with our Student Protection Fund report. Our current balance is $3,664,599.35. No payments have occurred, and we also have not issued any citations. Of other note, Chapter 2023-39, Laws of Florida, was signed by Governor DeSantis. This law revises portions of the Florida Statute 1005 pertaining to CIE. Additional information regarding the law and associated revisions will be posted on the CIE website in the near future. We will additionally be holding a Rules Committee meeting following today's agenda to briefly discuss the revisions and the rulemaking process. In addition, the internal CIE work groups will resume in June, and we will provide an update to the commissioners in July.
Thank you for that. Mr. Eric Junta, would you please provide our legal counsel report?
Good morning, Commissioners. I do not have a council report for this meeting. It is a pleasure to be here in person, but of course, I am at the complete disposal of all of the Commissioners if you have any questions about our schools or the laws and rules which govern them.
Thank you so much for that. All right, my coffee this morning had 3 shots of espresso in it. Everyone strap in. So next on the agenda is degree institutional licensure issues, and those are issues relating institutions ordered to appear back before the commission, items number 1 through 7. We are going to take these individually. Number 1 on the agenda is Cambridge College of Healthcare Technology, Miami Gardens, number 6244. If you are here from that institution, we are already up there. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Julie Orloff, Vice President of Regulatory Compliance for Cambridge College.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioners, is there any discussion? No discussion? Ma'am, do you have questions or comments that?
The only actual question that I have is I appeared 2 other places on this agenda, and should I stay in those places or can we do them now?
I'm afraid we're going to have to stay in those places.
Not a problem.
But we're thankful to have you throughout the duration.
Not a problem. Thank you so much.
All right, so Commissioners, hearing no discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Taylor Ellis. I heard a second.
I second.
Commissioner Marty. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The staff recommendation is adopted. All right. Moving on. Item number 2 on the agenda, Carlene Health Institute of South Florida, West Palm Beach, 5075. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you hear from the institution, please come to the podium, introduce yourself. Appears we have no one representing Carlene Health Institute in attendance today. Commissions, do you have discussions? Commissioner Stefano, you seem to be mulling something over. Do you have a discussion for that one?
No, in the absence of representation, I think we should move to accept the staff recommendation.
Yeah. All right, hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Stefano, seconded by Commissioner Taylor Ellis. Any opposed? All right, staff recommendation is adopted. Item number 3 on the agenda, Humboldt International University, Miami, number 5000. If you're here from the institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. I'm assuming there will be discussion.
Commissioners, I ask that you expedite this request because I have my horse double parked outside. It's a long ride to Homestead, but I'll endeavor if I have to. Any questions? I love it when a plan comes together, don't you?
Commissioners, do you have any discussion? All right. Well, hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Whitaker. Second. Seconded by Commissioner Cross. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Should we add a contingency for the removal of a double-parked horse?
I'm telling you, it's rough outside. Let me tell you, even the subway's in a hole in some cities. Allow me just a moment. Yesterday, the school received a letter from a healthcare provider instructing the school that they would not hire any more nurses because they felt that our school was part of a group of schools that are committing fraud. Now, understand that the school's nursing program started in 2020. We just had our first NCLEX group to take their tests. And yet, my school, in accordance with 16 other schools, were mentioned in this letter signed, generated by the senior management of this healthcare provider to the Director of Human Services to be passed on to all nurses from these schools that they are to be terminated immediately. Now, I have a school right now, well, I don't of course, but I have over 350 nursing candidates right now, and you can imagine the devastation when they heard that the school is now being investigated for fraud. Now, I understand that this is not the first time this has happened, since this is what I assume to be an FBI witch hunt for other types of activities. But, nevertheless, I'm asking the Commission for Independent Education to look into this matter. Because if I have 330-something students that are being affected, the other 16 schools may have students also that are being affected, and this cannot stand. Like I stated earlier, are we here to protect the rights of the students or the rights of the owners? I leave this to you. I have called the Florida Board of Nursing, and they have assured me that my institution is not under any investigation whatsoever. So this is either a witch hunt or something is happening that is allowing schools to be taken advantage of because of their, I don't know, diversity, eccentricity. Well, you be the judge of that. I shall forward a copy of this document to each and every one of these commission members so they could look into it. And I thank you for your time. Let me get back to my horse. Like I said, double parked is not a good idea. Have a good day.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you so much for that. Certainly nothing happens in a vacuum. Any other discussion, commissioners? Otherwise, staff recommendation is adopted. The next item on our agenda is Mariel School of Nursing in Palm Springs, 7741. If you're here from that institution, please come to the podium, introduce yourself. It appears we have no representatives from those schools. Commissioners, are there any discussion? Director, I believe you had a change for staff recommendation, or at least an addition to staff recommendation based on what may be in front of the commissioners here. No. Okay. All right. So hearing no more discussion, do I hear a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
So moved.
Commissioner Cross, Commissioner Marty, thank you so much. Staff recommendation is approved and adopted. Next item on the agenda is Nursing Bridges Institute from Pensacola, 6138. Good morning, Counselor.
Good morning.
Great to see you again.
You too. I'm here on behalf of Nursing Bridges and also Palm Beach International College, which is next on the agenda. Pretty much identical situation. And staff recommendation that you have there is a result of a lot of back and forth that's been going on between myself and staff, myself and the criminal defense attorneys who are representing these owners. And it reflects the balancing that we're trying to do here to address some of the students' complaints and the interests of the students with our due diligence to make sure that these schools are operating the way they're supposed to be operating and providing the education they're supposed to be providing, which is why we hit the pause button in the first place. And the schools didn't contest that because it's very reasonable to have done that. The owners of these schools have been removed from operation of the schools. There's interim administrators involved. They're removed from the bank accounts. And I can assure you their criminal defense attorneys won't let them touch anything that has to do with this because it'll violate their pretrial release. So anyway, that's it. If you need anything from me, but we're still going to be going back and forth, I think, quite a bit with staff as we go forward on this.
Thank you for that, Commissioners. Do you have any discussion? Hearing no discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation as noted?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Cross, seconded by Commissioner Stefano. Staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is Palm Beach International College, Lake Worth, 7659. Oh, hi.
Back up.
Here you are. All right. Do you have additional comments for this institution?
No additional comments. Same exact situation.
Thank you for that. Commissioners, do you have discussion based on that second institution? All right. Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Commissioner Cross,
Second.
Commissioner Stefano. The staff recommendations are adopted. Thank you, sir, again. We appreciate that.
Thanks.
Next on the agenda is Suncoast College of Health, Bradenton, 3214. If you are here from that institution, please come to the podium. Identify yourself. No one. There it is.
Mr. Chairman.
Counselor.
My name is Bob Harris. I'm not representing Suncoast College, but if everyone recalls at the last meeting, I represent the gentleman, Dr. Henri, who purchased the institution. And you remember the last meeting, the denial was made of the change of ownership. Since that time, and I've shared this with Mr. Junta and Ms. Hurst, the documentation, the owner, Ms. Leotti, filed a motion to appoint a receiver. and to basically take Dr. Henry out completely. That motion, I want to let you know, and it just came, Ms. Hurst, that motion was actually denied by the court. And so it remains the same situation. I want to let you all know that. And I will provide Mr. Gent and Ms. Hurst a copy of that motion denial, but it basically remains the same with the situation. The change of ownership was denied, and Ms. Leotti is the owner and operator of that institution. So I just wanted to bring you up to date on that.
Thank you for that. Mr. Ginger, does that change staff recommendation at all?
I don't believe it does, no.
No. I don't believe it does as well from our perspective.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Commissioners, any discussion? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner Whitaker?
Second.
Commissioner Stefano with the second. Thank you so much. Staff recommendation is adopted. Next on the agenda is Arizona College of Nursing Orlando 12573. If you are here from that institution, please come forward, introduce yourself. Hello.
Good morning, Dr. Deborah Long, Arizona College of Nursing.
Good morning, Matthew Egan, Arizona College of Nursing.
Good morning, Nick Mansour, Arizona College of Nursing.
Welcome. I should have said prior to you stepping up that the next part is Part B, application for provisional licensure, which you're under, not the previous section, so my apologies for that. Please welcome. We're happy to have you here. Commissions, are there questions or discussions?
Mr. Chair, are we handling number 1 and 2 together? I'm assuming we're...
Well, we have these folks at the podium here. If we can take
definitely.
the others back consent if we want after. Oh, they're both.
Yes,
I'm sorry for that, Mr. Cross. Yes, please. We'll take items number 1 and 2 together since we have the same representatives.
Mr. Chair, if I can start with a few
Yes,
questions
please.
here. I noticed in the business plan for both locations, it may just be an error and oversight from a previous business plan, but both locations have 17,000 square feet of space, identical financials, identical everything. It looks like a rubber stamp from a prior operation. Can you confirm, is that correct, or is it?
Sure, no, the sizes of the 2 campuses are different, but they do have similar enrollment ramps for the business plan. But that may be just being an oversight. I can double check that for you, certainly, get that to you.
Okay. And I know Arizona is a great institution. Expansion is been wonderful. We need nursing schools. And so I'm sure it's just an oversight again, but advertising has $0 in the business plan. Now there's telemarketing, $75,000 a month. I'm assuming that may be advertising. But anyways, I would just ask that we just, as a contingency, just to ask the school to resubmit the business plan.
Certainly.
Reflects accurately. And knowing that you're going online with a lot of the didactic courses, I was curious about the 17,000 square foot of space. Is that still in play? Are you building it out with labs? What do those campuses look like?
Sure, no, we have both of those campuses built out with full labs and simulation centers, and the only online are some of the didactic general education courses.
So what is the square footage in that campus?
I don't have the exact square footage with me right now, but I can certainly get that for you. It's
Okay.
over 30,000 square feet.
Over 30,000?
Correct.
How many labs?
Do you know how many labs?
Skills labs.
There's 3 in Orlando. I haven't been to Palm Bay, but it should be similar.
Sure, 3 skills labs in Orlando. We build them out in a similar manner, so Palm Bay should be about the same.
Okay.
And then each campus also has 4 simulation centers. 4 bays in the simulation center, I apologize.
And was all that purchased with the $215,000 on classroom equipment, or was that built out initially and this is additional spend?
Yeah, so that was all built out. Those campuses are all built out and ready to go right now.
So 215 that's for future spend?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, Chair.
guys, excuse me, I was looking at these allowance for doubtful accounts of notes receivable, and those two combined are painful number. And I don't mean that facetiously. Are you struggling? Is this, it looks like it's come since pandemic era. Is there a plan for that? Are you anticipating having to write those off?
You're talking about the allowance for doubtful accounts on the our overall financials?
Yes, I'm looking at your consolidated balance sheet, and there's a 7-digit number there that's doubtful to be received.
Yeah, I mean, we're a pretty large school. We reserve very conservatively, especially for students that do not graduate, and we do a lot in terms of providing institutional loans to them. And so when they don't graduate, we write off virtually every penny of that, or we reserve for that. That's really what that is.
So some of that is in-house financed debt?
Yeah. A lot of that is in-house finance, yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense. Any commissioners, any further discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second. Do we require a motion for the second one as well? All right. Is there a motion to adopt staff recommendations for item number 2, Arizona, number 12574, staff recommendations?
So moved.
So, Commissioner Stefano.
Second.
And Commissioner Cross. All right. So we get those two knocked out. The staff recommendations are adopted. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Very much.
Number 3. Next up on the agenda is Florida Healthcare College, Doral 12503. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. All right. This is like, nope. All right. Commissioners, is there any discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations as noted?
So moved.
Commissioner Whitaker,
Second.
Commissioner Cross. Thank you, Commissioner Marty. Then staff recommendations are adopted. Next on the agenda, number 4, Florida South Coast University, Fort Pierce, 12501. Hello, sir. Thanks for being here today. Please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Dr. Herbert Hardo.
Good morning.
Good morning. Florida South Coast University.
Commissioners, are there questions or discussion?
I have a question, Mr. Chair, on cash on hand. Looks like we have $20,000 cash on hand.
Correct.
And $36,000 in expenses will be incurred in the first 3 months of operation. Can you help me understand how you're going to carry on the expenses of the institution?
Correct. So the way that it was set up initially was that there would be a refundable admission amount of $2,500. Based on the recommendations, that cannot hold. We're anticipating 10 students to start from, and when you look at those numbers, you've got the amount to be able to pay through for both the leases and the cost for the faculty.
I'm going to continue with that, if you will, Commissioner Cross. What's your marketing plan to attract and enroll 10 students to lift this school and
Sure.
be financially sound?
Sure. We're going to go ahead and we're going to tap into the graduate students that are graduating with a bachelor's degree at Fort Pierce College. Indian River State College, we're looking at students who are going to be graduating from Kaiser University. And at this price point, we believe that it's quite reasonable for the students of that particular community.
Can you speak a little about your ongoing fixed overhead while you matriculate these anticipated students? To Commissioner Cross's point, the ability to maintain your financial solvency over the next few months prior to having those dollars.
Sure. So, we've got the amount of money for marketing. The way that we're going to operate the institution is through leasing space, okay, and we lease it on a monthly basis. So we will always have a positive, or at least at this point, we won't start until we actually have the right number of students who will be registered for the particular semester. So it's not like at the time that we're starting our particular courses that the cost won't be paid for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, do you own the space that you're leasing to yourself, or how did you talk a landlord into you not having fixed overhead during the period while you're prior to those enrollments?
Oh, I spoke to I spoke to the leasing organization, and they're willing to work with us. Yeah, I do not own the property.
So they're willing to defer that overhead until you have the cash flow and actually begin those operations?
Sure, yep.
Wow, good for you. Can you help me negotiate my next lease then? Commissioners, any other discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion, to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner Whitaker.
Second.
Commissioner Stefano. Staff recommendations are approved. Thank you for being here, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you for your time. Thank you all.
Next item on the agenda, Hebron International College, Kissimmee 7612. If you're here from that institution, please step to the podium and introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Yanit Vincent.
My name is Patricia McDonald.
My name is Madeline Melendez.
My name is Harold Garrick.
Mark Murray, legal counsel to Hebron International.
Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. I like how you're starting off slow, and it makes sense. The financials make sense considering that. Question I have is just optimizing. You have 14 students new starting with about 5 programs, which is really labor intensive. Just curious to know how and why that was set out to be. You have about 2 to 4 starting new in 5 different programs.
Our main goal is not really for quantity, it's more like for quality. And we are selecting 14 based on the number of students that's going to be enrolled within our program for the first 2 years.
I'm not sure I understand. So 14 students in one program?
Well, it's all depend because one of the program might be 14, the other might be 10, and it's all related with qualification within our program.
Okay, and but the projected financial that you provided shows 2 or 3 in each program in the next 12 months.
Correct, because we understand the first year will be a little bit challenge for us. So as we are focusing to the qualified student.
So you have the faculty to teach 2 or 3 students in 5 different programs for the year.
Well, yes, we do have the faculty in place, but definitely I don't think we're going to have just 2 or 3. It might be a little bit, maybe 5 or 10.
Yeah, I would just, I'm concerned because I would just recommend that you focus in on the program so it substantiates the cost of the faculty member, or else you might be in a position where you're unable to, carry on your financials.
Thank you. Yes, we will.
Can I inquire, there's a $100,000 loan from shareholder and a $200,000 additional paid-in capital on your finances here. That number is 85% of your revenues. While it's not uncommon, I just want to make sure that but the sources of those capital and there's an ongoing plan for profitability in a way that doesn't require that constant feeding, and that could become financially detrimental to you.
Yes, the fund that we have available, it was for one company, and Hebron is one of the things that we want to pursue for. So we want to put the investment in place to really make sure everybody will be taken care of, especially our faculty.
And did you have a plan for those dollars purposefully? It doesn't appear that it was to offset what would have been a net loss, but I'm assuming you had a plan for how you wanted to spend those, either through student acquisition or expanding infrastructure or something like that.
No, we do have a plan for the first year, definitely.
Yeah. Was there a plan for those dollars, I guess is what I'm asking is, if you put in $300,000, there had to be a reason for it, what you intended to do with those dollars.
Well, it's more like upgrading our supply and also make sure that we have the equipment for most of our students, and that's what we have the fund for.
So I don't think there should be a contingency for this, but I just want to note the negative net income and the capital that was placed into the company, and we should be wary of this the next time we see one another, right? Of the idea that we placed $300,000 into the business and it still lost money.
We understand.
All right, commissioners, any other discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Commissioner Whitaker,
Second.
Commissioner Stefano, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion, staff recommendations, is adopted.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your time today. Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to do that now to Arizona College. So we wanted to make a note for the record. Item number 1, Arizona College of Nursing, we did those combined, and Commissioner Cross asked for a contingency of resubmittal for a business plan, and that was not added for the record when we made the motion. So we want to add that contingency and look for a motion to accept staff for recommendations with the contingency of a resubmittal of a business plan.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Stefano, Commissioner Whitaker, thank you very much for that. Sorry about the oversight. It is my first day. All right, we are on to number 6, Moore Marine College, Clearwater, 12736. Gentlemen, thanks for being here.
Good morning. I'm Alan Moore, the president of Moore Marine College.
Chris Giorgetti from Santorum Giorgetti.
Great to see you both.
Thanks for having us.
Super excited.
All right, we are too.
Good.
Commissioners, any questions or discussion?
A couple of questions here. Just looking at your projected financials, and it seems like the recurring amount is in the range of $65,000 a month, and your working capital is at a little over $127,000. Just wondering if you could speak to how you're going to sustain this over time.
Could you be a little bit more, like, exactly what do you mean about that? Like, how am I going to sustain what part of it?
Well, there's just a very tight ratio with your working capital and your monthly recurring expenses.
Right.
And so that leaves little flexibility for sustaining this over time.
Right. As we grow in the number of students, we think that that number is going to go up. Additionally, I have another business that's very similar to what we're doing now. And that business, I'm 100% owner, so I can always draw from that to support this as needed until we get to a place that it's not needed anymore.
Do they
That's why
operate
we're
out of the
starting
same
this
facility?
to begin with. Excuse me?
I'm sorry, do they operate out of the same facility?
No.
2 different addresses.
And are they affiliates at all, or are they two independent?
Independent.
Yep.
Yeah. Commissioners, any further discussion?
I do, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Very interesting to read about your college, Marine College.
Thank you.
Walk me through the employment plan for these students. After the employment plan, after they graduate, where are they placed?
So there's a number of different places for marine biologists now between aquariums like Georgia Aquarium, Florida Aquarium, any aquarium setting they'll be trained for, but also a lot of it is research. So all the state governments, federal government, they all have research biologist positions that the government jobs are kind of the better jobs for these people in terms of finances because the state pays well, but the federal government pays a little bit more. So there's still a lot of positions open in both the state and federal government that they can get careers.
Thank you on that. And the affiliation agreement with CMERA,
Right.
I'm totally going to, is excellent.
Thank you.
Again, having that externship
Right.
while in school, hands-on, I applaud you for that.
That's, yeah, exactly.
Commissioners, any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis, Commissioner Stefano, all in favor say aye.
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 Motion for staff recommendations is adopted. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next item on the agenda is Palm Beach Career College, Fort Pierce, 12614. If you are here for that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Dr. James Aludor from Palm Beach Career College.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Is there a sense for the prospective modified name?
Well, okay, so I have a question about that too because I contacted my program specialist. I wasn't sure because when I read the rules, so it seems like we meet all the rules. So I wasn't sure what they mean by change the name, if it's the name of the college or the the name of the DBA or the main business itself, which is Palm Career Training Center. I wasn't sure, so I contacted my program specialist. She has not responded. So I'm not really sure what they mean by that.
Sorry. It is the use of the name college, the actual use of college in your name. So that's what needs to be modified. To use the term college per the Florida Administrative Code, you have to have more degree programs than non-degree programs. And currently you have the 2 degree and 2 non-degree. So that would be what needs to be modified.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, any further discussion or questions?
One question. We have not had a site visit. Have we? That still needs to be completed, and so that's part of the.
Yeah, there is one in staff recommendations, I believe.
Okay.
That is correct. It is a contingency.
Can you tell us about your location, your campus?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Can you tell us about the location of your institution? How
What do you
many
mean by-
square feet, your
Oh,
facility?
okay. Yeah, so it's about 3,000 square feet, a little over 3,000 square feet. We have about 13 rooms. Some of the rooms are labs, and some of them, and we have a student area as well. We have computer labs. We have classrooms, conference room, and then multiple offices.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I just a follow-up question. So you have 3,200 square feet of space, right?
Yes.
13 classrooms?
No, it's not 13 classrooms, about 13 rooms. So we have some of them are small offices.
Okay, then we need to clarify on the business plan. It's stated as classrooms that fit up to 30 people each. So
okay.
the on-site visit will shore that up. So.
And then also, so we are very close with the owner. So he told us that if we need to expand, so he can give us the whole entire downstairs for the school. So, so we can add a lot more rooms, classrooms, and it's a pretty big place. It's huge.
And you're 100% online?
No.
No.
Just the BSN.
Just for, oh, that's
And
right.
the BSN,
Okay.
yes.
Got it.
What is your, I'm sure the on-site visit will answer this too, but what's your plan on having on-ground nursing programs?
On ground? Yes, yes. All the other programs are on ground except for the RN BSN.
So what kind of labs do you have in place in the current facility?
Right now, in terms of the lab, we have 2 labs. So we have the mannequin, some of the equipments we haven't bought yet, so we're planning to buy that. So I should mention, because that was going to be one of my questions too, because we've been trying to open up the school for the past 2.5 years. So we've had the place for a while now, and we've been paying for it. The idea was to start the school as soon as possible, but because of the COVID, so when we got the place because of the COVID, we had to stop, but we're continually paying for the place. And then, so we sent in the application and everything after we got everything completed in terms of the instructor. It was very hard to find somebody to work, somebody to hire at that time during COVID. So when we finally got that out of the way, we find people that are willing to teach and work for us. So we submit the application. So we submit the application last year. So I should say it's been very, very, very slow for some reason. And I heard a lot of complaints about that too from other people that are either applying, the staff. So I had a previous program specialist. She would not respond to emails, calls for months. And then fortunately for us, so they gave us a new program specialist around January of this year. February this year. And then she is a bit faster, but it seems like she's very, she's overwhelmed with a lot of work, because I understand that you guys are short of staff. But at the same time, so it's costing a lot of money to operate, to keep the place. Obviously, we cannot get kicked out, so we have to pay for the place. So like I said, it's been a while. So one of the things that I would like to ask the committee as well is if as soon as we submitted the contingencies, if we can at least start at least like some programs, at least we can start generating some money because it costs a lot of money. Now I understand to open a school it costs money. To have a business it costs money. So I understand that, but at the same time, if they can at least speed it up a little bit faster, because some of it is just, to me, as soon as we send what they're asking for, I don't see why it should take months, to get a result, at least to hear from somebody. And it seems that way for us. So, so I would like to ask if the committee would allow us to do that. Now, in terms of for the equipment, so there's a lot of equipment we haven't bought yet, but that's on the plan to buy as soon as we get approved. So we have the money aside and everything. So because of the cost, and we don't know what's going to happen with the committee, so that's why we didn't want to go ahead and buy a lot of the equipment. And then we're going to use a lot of some of the labs. It's going to be virtual. So, and I understand that's allowed virtual for the clinical, because a lot of it now is pretty much virtual. And we have for some of the places that we're going to use for clinicals, like hospitals, we just got a hospital system that has about over 60 hospitals. So we just got the contract with them too. So we're going to be using a lot of that, less of the lab, but more of clinics, hospitals for the students. Where we feel like, by training, I'm a physician, so we feel like it's gonna be more beneficial for the students than to use. But we're gonna have a lab with everything that's necessary for them to learn before we send them to the hospital or clinics.
Do you have a nursing program chair?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a nursing program chair helping you design and prepare and plan for this?
So I'm sorry. What do you mean by a nursing program that's helping design?
A program chair, an academic leader in nursing, who could help suggest and make recommendations.
Oh,
on what
yes,
kind of
yes. I mean, we have my background. I used to work for. I used to teach before for some universities. Like, for example, I taught at Palm Beach State College, Florida Atlantic University, Boston University, Michigan State. So a lot of it I already know, and I know what it takes. But I have other friends with nursing schools that, yeah, I consulted too, yes.
Okay, but you're not a licensed nurse yourself. You have friends?
No, I'm not a licensed nurse. I have a lot of nurses working with me or for me.
Once again, I don't know if we need to add a contingency director or if the on-site visit covers this, but I think we need to get a list of what equipment exists and what equipment needs to be purchased to make sure the students are set up successfully with at least some basic skills and labs.
Yeah.
Did I hear you correctly say that you now have a new agreement with hospital partners going forward? As I look at the clinics that are listed, the locations are far away. They're not within 5 or 10 miles. And as I read through the main target population of the college or the school, they live 20 to 50 miles from this zip code. Median household income is $21,000. The distance to drive to a clinic that is 40, 50, 60, 80 miles away will be a barrier. What is the plan for that?
Yeah, we've already addressed that, but I can reiterate that was in one of the program specialists asked us that, and then we sent that information. So we plan to use buses, even airplane will pay for that. That's part of the tuition. I got, and personally from my experience, like I said, I'm by training, I'm a physician. I went to Michigan State Medical School. What they used to do, and I actually love that, and that's what I would implement. They had a lot of hospital or clinics or places they send students that are like far away, like other states. So, and they will provide everything, and that's what we plan to do too, except for meals. so we'll pay for that. And that's how we got a lot of the hospitals too, from my connections when I was, working in the hospitals. So, but that's what we plan to do. We don't think that's going to be a problem, because that wasn't a problem for me, and they would give us a place to stay and everything, so that wasn't a problem. A lot of the places, they have that too. So they do that for medical students, and I think, they would do that for the nursing students as well. I mean, I wasn't a nurse, but I was a medical student when I used those places, so they would allow us to do that.
Thank you. In confirmation, as I read again the target audience, English is a second language. Is this being 100% taught in English?
100% English.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion?
Question for you. In the RN to BSN degree program, I see here in the description in one place it says that it's 100% online, synchronous, and asynchronous delivery. However, in the program outline, it says campus and online. Could you clarify the structure of the
Yeah,
program?
we
and
changed
how-
that. We changed that. I don't know if you got the new one, so we changed it to 100% online.
Okay, so you'll have some elements that are delivered asynchronously online, and then some elements that are synchronous online. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so just internally, the proper classification would be blended.
Commissioner Cross, council has noted that identification of deficiencies in equipment or facilities was actually one of the contingencies in staff recommendations. So it seems maybe redundant to add another since it was already captured in there.
That's correct. It's recommended contingency 5. Already incorporates a recommendation that the site visit should verify that the equipment and facilities are adequate for the nursing programs.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Commissioner Whitaker?
Second.
Commissioner Stefano? All approve, say aye.
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 The motion is carried to accept staff recommendations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have another question.
Sure.
Okay, so for item number 6, so I'm a little bit confused about that one.
The statement is if you have clinicals that are in Georgia, that you're compliant with the Georgia Board of Nursing as well.
Okay, so so we weren't aware of that, but we don't actually, that was a backup, so we don't need to use that place or that hospital. So is there a way we can take it off the list?
So you will not be having a clinical site in Georgia?
No, I would not use that because we have to go through the same process, apply for nursing school. So we don't intend to have a school in Georgia. So we're just using the hospital as a backup. We're just going to use it because we got the affiliation agreement, but it's not something that we need.
So as part of the contingency, you'll need to submit documentation that you no longer will have a clinical site in Georgia.
But okay, yeah, but if we don't want to use it because we have to, from my understanding, so we have to go and apply for a nursing school in Georgia to get that approval from them. So we don't need to use because we have a lot of other clinical sites that we can use, so that we don't have to go through that.
I think the
You
statement
understand
was
my
that you would
question?
just have to submit documentation noting that you will not have clinicals in Georgia.
Oh, okay, so yeah, okay, certainly I can do that.
All right, the motion carries.
Okay, and then my last question is, and I'm sorry,
No
but
problem.
When I submit the contingencies, who do I submit them to?
You're going to submit those to your program specialist that you have on file that you've been recently communicating with, and then upon completion of those contingencies, then it'll be the executive director, myself, will have the authority to issue the provisional license.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. All right, next item on the agenda, number 8, Royal Advanced Institute Miami, number 12705. If you hear from that organization, please step forward to the podium, identify yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Damaris Diaz, President for Royal Advanced Institute.
Oslaida Caballero, Academic Director.
Good morning. My name is Clara Duarte. I'm a faculty member and clinical coordinator.
Good morning again, Gemma Nieto, consultant.
And Mark Murray, Legal Counsel for Royal Advanced.
Thank you for being here. Commissioners, discussion or questions?
I see in the information here, good morning, by the way. I see in the information here estimated of 160 students enrollment for the first year. 3 of 5 programs are short in length. Are you planning to launch all 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 at the same time, or will you be phasing those in?
No, voy a hacerlo. Vamos a hacerlo todos a la misma vez.
She initially wants to begin them to advertise and begin enrollments all at once. However, some of them do have spread out starts. Example, the nursing.
Commissioner, can I add something to that question?
Yes, please.
On your tuition worksheet, it shows 305 new starts. On your business plan, it shows 160. What is the intention for new starts in the first 12 months?
¿Cuál es la intención? Porque en el budget sale 300 y pico, en el business plan sale 160. ¿Cuál es la intención? ¿El del business plan?
Lo que pensamos hacer es empezar con esos 160, pero en todo el año. Y de ahí ir avanzando.
Right, it would be probably a typo, something we would have to revise, but it would be 160.
Okay, and then advertising is almost nothing spent in advertising in your budget. How do you plan on recruiting students?
Primero de todo, llevo muchos años desde graduada, desde 2014, en la misma escuela donde terminé, me quedé comenzando haciendo instructor y todo, por muchas referencias de tantos estudiantes que he ayudado a pasar el NCLE.
So she has many years in the teaching experience, and she has students that are following her through her NCLEX reviews that she offers, so she believes the word of mouth, and then tú tienes tu website.
O sea, todo por el NCLE Review Día.
Yeah.
Mis mismos estudiantes fueron los
Right, she thinks that her own students are going to be able to refer students to begin.
Seguir continuando. He obtenido los estudiantes al final de cada año, o sea, de cada programa, he sido como la persona que los ha ayudado a obtener su licencia y sin embargo los enseño desde la base completa desde los comienzos del nursing.
Right, so she's saying since she has a good relationship that she's been able to teach them from the base that they needed, she believes that the students are going to come back and refer back students.
So she's expecting re-enrollments from her current student base.
Some, yes, because she does review classes for RN now. So this would be networking. Referrals. Yeah.
If I may ask, how many students does she have currently in those review classes?
Ahora mismo close at 100. 100 every 3 months. The entire course in 14 weeks. And all the time, in every week, I enter new student.
So she has a
Go, no. She has an ongoing NCLEX review. She is offering right now online, and her admissions right now is about, you said, 100 students per month.
So at the end of the year, how many unduplicated?
For the review, en el final del año, para review, ¿cuántos estudiantes puedes tener? En el año, ¿cuántos reviews?
Nuevo. Es que,
300?
360, depende.
Depends on the enrollment.
360 más o menos. En NCLEX review.
It may vary between 300 to, you know.
Okay.
And that's specifically for NCLEX review, and that will not have to do anything with the school.
Yeah, I was asking only because she was suggesting that that would be a marketing base, and so to ensure that the numbers are commensurate with her targeted enrollment.
Si no habíamos hecho nada hasta ahora, porque...
Él quería asegurarse que la cantidad de estudiantes que están entrando a tu review fuera suficiente para que siga
En el enrollment.
Llevo casi 10 años.
Exactly.
Llevo...
She has been preparing students after leaving nursing schools to pass the NCLEX. Many of those students left school unprepared, and they have been failing once, twice that NCLEX exam. So she's well known in Miami area for preparing students and pass the NCLEX at first, even though that she taught those classes bilingual, like using Spanish and English. So she has a very high success helping students passing the NCLEX. So it will be a lot of, like reference by word of mouth.
Ahora en este momento estoy en Nationwide.
Can I inquire, pardon me, ma'am, if are all four of you employees of Royal Advanced, paid employees of Royal Advanced Institute at this time?
I am a consultant.
You're a consultant? Okay.
Yes.
And
Are you an employee?
Oh, yes.
so 3 of the 4? I want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah.
Right. So because your review business is not housed under this entity, obviously, because it shows negative revenue, I want to make sure that considering the overhead you have of carrying prior to your 160 enrollments that you anticipate is something that you can sustain via your other entity, because you're obviously feeding cash from that entity while you're waiting for this license, right? Right.
Estamos enfocados en eso.
Yes, she says yes, and they're focused on.
I'm sorry, could you speak up?
She said yes,
Yes,
that it's going to support the school until it stabilizes.
right, okay. And listen, I've been robbing Peter to pay Paul my whole life, so I don't think there's anything bad about that. I'm just trying to point out that there's some very optimistic enrollment anticipated, and there's a limited amount of cash available, considering there are 4 of you that are currently being paid by the entity. That's just as a word of caution there.
Dice que tiene que tener en mente que la cantidad de dinero que tienes y la cantidad de empleados y para mirar bien la cantidad de números que van a enrolarse.
Sí, vamos a tener.
Sorry, I was.
Additional question is, that, so as I read, you have 7,800 square feet for this new institute. Is the NCLEX training in the same location or different?
It is in a different location. She is offering right now the review online.
Online
So
only?
it is in a different location, nothing to do with the institute.
And have you been able to secure that space without paying it on a month-to-month basis? I see the rental deposit, but not ongoing rental and occupancy costs.
¿Has podido asegurar el lugar sin pagar mensual? ¿Cuándo fue que comenzaste a pagar mensual?
Diciembre.
En diciembre, pero tengo
No, la renta fue en
La-
diciembre y empezamos a pagar en marzo.
En marzo.
So they secured the lease in December, and they started paying the monthly rent in March, ¿verdad?
En marzo.
In March.
Okay, well timed. Commissioners, any additional questions or discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Cross, Commissioner Taylor Ellis, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Get to it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Next item on the agenda is Sharon Nursing Academy, Jacksonville, number 11425. If you are here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Hello, ladies. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I am Sharon. I'm the owner of the Sharon Nursing Academy.
Good morning. I'm Marilyn Felder, Sharon Nursing Academy.
Ladies, do you have any statements or questions before the commissioners begin their discussion?
Well, I could wait till you go ahead and do your discussion.
Commissioners, do you have questions or comments?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a realistic budget put together where you're showing a loss of $2 million, and that's common within nursing school. But when you have $100,000 cash on hand, that's a concern. So where would the funding come from to help you operate?
So I put $130,000 aside to start it. I put all the money into the building. I did all my money. I got out my savings. I got out my retirement. I did everything. So I don't owe anybody on anything. So I purchased everything myself. I started some years ago, purchased everything. So I don't owe anybody but myself.
So, for example, in the first, and I respect that, I think it's great, but the first month, you know, the expenses are going to total $350,000, $360,000.
No, I think that we revised that, we redid it and submitted it. We revised that and submitted it, resubmitted it. It's not going to cost that much. I think the first month our expense was like maybe about $10,000, but it's went up since I did that because my rent on the building is currently pay $10,000 a month on the building. I've been paying it on it since I had the building, so I currently pay $10,000 a month on the building.
Commissioners, additional questions?
Do we have that on file, the new financials?
We do not have a new financial on file.
Ma'am, do you know when you resubmitted the revisions?
I resubmitted it in January, and I did send my liaison, my helper, I did send her a note. I know that I switched from Austin to Ashley, so I emailed Ashley and asked her, but she said everything that I gave her should be on file. So I just, when they sent me this notice, I sent them the I told them to look at the dates that I sent the information.
Did you submit a new financial that showed a cash balance?
Yes, ma'am, I did, in January. And I also submitted the nursing that I was approved by the Florida Board of Nursing also. I submitted that also.
Do you know how much cash you have on hand?
I have $130-something thousand on hand. And I currently don't have any student. I haven't opened, I haven't done anything yet.
And is that cash personal or is it in the school?
It's personal. I haven't made anything from the school at all because I haven't opened. But I have purchased all the equipment. I did bring the building up to code. I did get the fire system put in, it was $180-something thousand, and I got my firewalls up, that was $121,000. So I did bring everything up to code. I do have, my building is over 10,000 square footage. I do have labs in there. I did set up to be Prometric, so when they come out, they can test students there. I do have, like the IV pumps, I have everything in the building.
For that cash on hand, you would need to put it into the school and resubmit a financial statement.
Okay.
The financials we're looking at end in May of last year, of May of 2022.
And then my CPA did some, we resubmitted some in January.
Pardon me. Director, do we have resubmitted financials that we're referring to in January?
We are not able to locate any resubmitted financials.
Right. Ma'am, do you understand that the question is that those personal dollars that you have, which aren't unsubstantial, are not reflected in the financial statements of the business necessarily. So it makes it look as if the business is less financially stable than perhaps it actually is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. I think that what she did, since it was my money, I think that my CPA must be just put it up under me. Because the business hadn't started, I haven't started school, I haven't received any money, and so it's a brand new program, brand new everything.
Right. So the balance sheet that we're looking at doesn't show cash on hand.
Okay.
And I think that's the confusion, and also the total assets we have is very similar to the number that you say you have in cash. So there was a question about whether we were talking about the same thing. Yeah, I agree with this. Yeah. Go ahead.
So for this particular issue, we would recommend that you waive your 90-day requirement and that we would add a contingency to submit an updated financials.
Okay.
And that would be an approval with contingencies. We would request they submitted updated financials.
But with the waiving of the 90 days.
Yes.
So ma'am, I think what we're saying is that we would, and I want to make sure I get this right because we're changing what staff recommendations is that we would approve that provisional license and with the contingency of you providing those updated financials, allowing us the opportunity to review what maybe has been submitted that's not represented in front of us here today to show that you're financially solvent. Look, as an entrepreneur, I recognize you put almost $200,000 into a sprinkler system in a building that you don't own.
Yes, that I don't own. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right, because I had to bring it up to code, because I wanted to come before the board before I had to do a CEU to see what I'd be approved, but they said I had to have the CEU and the fire inspection. So in order to do that in Jacksonville, I had to bring the building up to code. So I had already signed a lease on the building. So it needed a sprinkler system, it needed firewalls, it needed so much. So that's what I spent on that, not including the whole upgrade of it.
Yes, ma'am. Well, the good news is for you, when you're rolling in the dough, you can depreciate. You can depreciate those leasehold improvements over time and not cut a check to Washington, D.C. for it. So,
well, nursing pays off, it does.
yes, ma'am. All right. So, go ahead.
So final staff recommendation would to be approve the application provisional license with contingencies to provide an updated financial.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Do I hear a motion to accept staff's revised recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Troy, Commissioner Taylor Ellis, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Get those turned in, get that started. This is why it's important for you to be here. All right, next item on the agenda, number 10, Toro University, Florida, Boca Raton 12713. Hello, sir.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Henry Abramson. I serve as a dean of the Lander College of Arts and Sciences in Brooklyn, New York, which is taking charge of setting up Toro University, Florida in Boca Raton.
Thank you for being here, sir. We've been trying to move quickly for you.
I appreciate it. We're on good time for me.
Good deal. Outstanding. Commissioners, is there any discussion or questions for the gentleman? Sir, are you 100% owner?
I'm not the owner, no. I'm the staff person who's in charge of administering it.
Fair enough.
So will the Boca location be your second location? So New York is your primary?
We actually have about 34 campuses. This would be our first in Florida.
Florida.
Could you say a little bit about the structure of the programs in terms of program delivery? I see that all the checkboxes are checked, and I don't know what that means.
So currently, we have a fairly extensive online delivery of full programs and several other programs besides the ones that are listed here, and this is based out of New York. We are envisioning this Boca Raton campus as kind of a value add for students who already live in Florida. They would have the option of, as they do, in fact, even now, simply enrolling as a New York student and residing in Florida, taking their classes through New York. But we'd like to give them the option of having a live person that they can go to actually visit and talk about financials and whatever it is. And we'd also like to offer a select number of what we call hybrid courses, which means we use that terminology to refer to online courses that have a live instructor and are broadcast synchronously. So we'd like to offer certain classes that seem to do so much better with in-person teaching here in Boca Raton. But students will have the option of doing the entire thing online, and this will be a value add.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any additional discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Commissioner Cross,
Second?
Commissioner Whitaker, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
Safe travels today.
Thank you. If I may say one quick word, I have to say that I did live in Florida for quite a while, and I've been living in New York since 2015. And in the capacity of my work with the college, I often deal with the New York State Department of Education.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. I want to say that this team is fantastic, very professional, very thorough. I appreciate having our feet held to the fire, and I'm very grateful for your work.
We enjoy working with you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Last item within this section, number 11. I'm unsure if I'm going to say this right. Veterinary Institute, Clearwater 12623. Did I pronounce that correctly? Close.
We've left the pronunciation ambiguous for deliberate reasons.
All right. Well, I'm glad to be able to contribute my version of it.
I am Dr. Navtej Desange, the CEO of Veterinary Institute.
Pariksit Singh, MD, Chairman of Veterinary Institute.
Good morning, Colin Bessner, Associate Dean of Veterinary Institute.
Thank you for being here, gentlemen. Do you have questions or comments before the commissioners?
I don't think so, but I'd just like to echo the previous speaker's comments that it's been a pleasure working with your team, and everybody's been so helpful to get us to this part of the process, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Outstanding. Commissioners, question or discussion? So I would like to inquire, it's a similar question. I know that there's a bit of a chicken and the egg factor here with regard to obtaining the assets and infrastructure necessary to be approved without the revenue associated with that. Your operational pre-tax net income was the expected number, right, given what you're putting into there, but it is not an insignificant number. Given there's provisional licensure granted here today, can you tell me your plan to quickly gain those enrollments for student acquisition and be able to offset some of that, carry forward loss that you've got?
Yeah, absolutely. So several aspects to this. Let's start with the sort of student acquisition that we might call it. We've got an advertising budget of 400,000.
Okay.
But that's there's a strategy behind that, and I'll outline that very briefly for you. It's a content marketing-led strategy. So we put out content from Dr. Singh and others about mini playbooks, mini podcasts. We put some webinars out there, and from that we glean information about who's going to our website, who's downloading a brochure, who's reading the material, and from that we can then be intelligent about who we service. It's not a blanket. We don't spend $400,000 and then hope for the best. It's a blanket. It's not a blanket. I was going to say it's a blanket. It's not a blanket approach. It's a very intelligent approach, and it's based on experience that I've had over the last 15 years of schools that have quickly ramped up from 0 or 30 students to several hundred students within 1 year to 18 months.
So you're using a content-led strategy,
Yeah.
drip feeding that, I'm assuming, over a period of time, right, to gain, yeah.
Basically, the content-led strategy tells us who's interested
Sure.
and who's not, so we don't waste the resource, the human resource, which is the actual resource that gets the student over the line. We don't waste that on the student that doesn't download the content.
Yeah, people are data.
Yeah.
Commissioners, any further discussion?
So for understanding of the programs and your school, university, this is 100% online?
This is 100% online, synchronous and asynchronous. And for an online program, there is more than significant synchronous and other support for the students. So we've done this before. So online doesn't suit everybody. So you have to ramp up the support mechanisms to ensure that people stay on pace from day one, rather than get to the 7th week of the semester and you find somebody's behind, they can't catch up, there's demotivation. Why go through that if we can just provide the support up front?
Understand, yes, I agree. Question in regards to, I'm going through the catalog, physical address. I don't see details about that, and I may just be missing that in the business plan. Will there be any employees at the physical address? What is the support model for these students? Are they all working remotely, or is support at a campus or a location?
There's no campus or location. The support is remote. Colin Besnar is our Associate Dean, long experience with business schools and universities and higher education institutions across the globe. We also have a Student Services Manager. We have the usual support like a CFO, HR Director, Operations Director within the group, from Access Healthcare, who is the supporter of the group. And we can, with this group of people, with this team, we can support up to 140 students. And then if it goes beyond that, we would recruit an additional assistant dean to Colin.
Thank you.
If I may ask just a couple of questions related to the the program outline. First, a comment, just kudos on both of these programs. I mean, I think that they are an incredible fit for the demands of the contemporary market.
Thank you, Dr. Savani.
Absolutely. One question I have is, will you be offering any kind of support services for students with respect to the math in particular? I'm thinking about the first degree program, and your biggest liability here is you're expecting students to do probability statistics by using statistics, linear algebra, and probably some basic multivariate calculus, right? what kind of support you're going to have, or else you're going to have a tremendous dropout ratio. And this is a problem that other programs face when trying to teach machine learning to students.
Absolutely. Well, fantastic question. I welcome the opportunity to address that. So we'll go back to the admissions process first. We'll get the admissions right. So if you've done a history of art bachelor's, it's not likely you'll get onto this program. But the support within the program will be offered by a Professor David Lopez leading this. He developed a mechanism to support students with asynchronous labs at what you would call an Ivy League university. In the UK, we call them Russell Group universities. At Exeter University, where he had 55 students, developed a mechanism to get students through with this heavy math content, heavy quant content, zero dropout ratio, or 55 out of 55 passes. I would also add that we've sort of done this before over the last 10, 15 years at previous schools. The support needs to be, as Commissioner Ellis said, the support needs to be ongoing from the start and not something that happens in week 7 or week 10. So it's lab support, synchronous support, so the professor, faculty member gets to know the student and their weaknesses instantly as they start the program.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any more discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for granting the provisional licensure?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano. Commissioner Marty, seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Your provisional licensure is approved, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Commissioners.
Thank you. All right, and the last item within this section, West Palm Beach School of Nursing, West Palm Beach 12693. Please come to the podium and introduce yourselves. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Robert Bond, CEO.
Good morning, Pete Pizarro, Chairman.
Hi, good morning, Joanna Lane, Accreditation Specialist.
Hi, good morning, George Logano.
Any questions or comments before the commission, before discussion?
Nothing.
Commissioners, any questions or comments?
Any prospect on the intended name change?
We would like to ask that we be allowed to have a DBA. Because, yes, we do actually. American Healthcare Institute.
So there's not ironically similar numbers of what it takes to carry the facilities prior to this licensure that comes through. And those pre-tax incomes in the negative for everyone seem strikingly the same. I'd love to hear how you guys are going to come out of the gate here to offset that negative that you've been running while you've been waiting for the licensure.
Yeah, we infused some cash. We put $135,000 in cash from Pete and I in our investors' pocket. We plan to we'll probably lose close to $40,000 in the first 5 months. That'll cover those costs, and then we hope to be cash flow positive by month 5 and break even by month 10.
And are any of you among the consulting services noted among last year's financial?
I don't believe so. No.
They just made up the bulk of the number. I was going to congratulate the consultants on that. Commissioners, any discussion?
And due to the request to have a DBA to be the American Healthcare Institute, staff would like to modify our recommendation to approve the DBA as American Healthcare Institute and add contingencies to update the application documents with the new DBA name.
Thank you.
Have you already applied for that fictitious name at the state level?
We did, yes. And it
So
was
you
approved.
have it?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Hearing no more discussion, do I have a motion to approve staff recommendations, including the updated contingency?
So moved.
Commissioner Stefano, Commissioner Cross, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries with provisional licensure. Thank you, congratulations,
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you.
All right, so we are at the end of this section, and the aforementioned triple espresso having made its effects known, I'd like to suggest we all have a facilities break. Back in 15. We'll see you guys at 5 after. All right, if everyone will take their seat, please, we'll come to order and continue. Before we take up item C, applications for annual licensing, we are going to back up and revise and document and capture contingency for Sharon Nursing. Director, do you have the contingency that should be added for the record?
So this is for school 11425, and this is the contingency for the record. We are accepting the application for provisional license with the submission of updated financials. The commission delegates to the executive director the authority to assess compliance of updated financials with Rule 6E-2.0046, Florida Administrative Code.
Do we need a motion for?
Yes,
All right,
please.
do I have a motion to accept the revised staff recommendations? Taylor Cross, Taylor Ellis and Commissioner Cross. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, so we are on to item number C, application for annual license. There is one item in this section, and it's Essential School of Nursing, Miami Gardens, number 6219. Please step to the podium, introduce yourselves.
Good morning. My name is Baudelaire Saint-Ville, representing Essential School of Nursing.
How are you? Maritza Bedoya, Consultant, Career Education Advisors Group.
Do you have questions or comments for the commission before we open it to commissioner discussion?
Yes. First and foremost, I'd like to thank ladies and gentlemen, the commissioners of independent education, and also our program specialist, Ms. Ashley Schenk. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Commissioners, do you have questions or discussions?
Yes. Good morning.
Morning.
Good afternoon, almost. Where do you stand with your nursing program with the Florida Board of Nursing?
We stand approved as of yesterday, as showing on the website.
It's approved?
We do have two programs, the ADN program and also the PN program. They both are approved.
Okay, so you were not put on probation for NCLEX?
We were told that we were going to be put on probation, but as of yesterday, it was not finalized by the Florida Board of Nursing.
So you anticipate being on probation?
That is correct.
Yeah. Sir, the nursing board shows you as your current status as being on probation.
Okay.
Essential Schools of Nursing, your nursing program, NPRN 704155. So that is in actuality your current status.
Okay.
And in looking at your NCLEX, we don't need to belabor it if they're putting you on probation, but it's declined even more recently.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely a concern of mine. I think you averaged about a 30% pass rate, and this year 17%. So part two of this question is obviously that's a big concern.
Mm-hmm.
But part two is how are you measuring your placement rate? So you have majority of your students are not taking the test, but yet you've noted an 89% placement rate. How is that measured?
Or we call them, a lot of the students, they are able to work as graduate nursing, even if they haven't taken their boards yet. Some of them are working as graduate pending their licensure. And we do have a lot of our nursing also that are working as an LPNs already. They're LPN to our bridge program, LPN to RN. They are working on the nursing field already as an LPNs.
So they're working, but not as a result of the degree program that they're attending your school for, right? They're previously working, they're concurrently working?
They're currently working, yes. May or may not have been the result of the newly required profession.
So, and with the probation director, does that disable them from enrolling new students into the nursing program, or no? Or just?
It does not.
So it's back to the remediation plan. So the remediation plan.
May I say something, please?
Sure.
Hi, how are you? 55% of the graduates overall have passed their NCLEX examination, and we're doing more research about that. Only 60 graduates have not taken the NCLEX, and the submission of the NCLEX improvement plan was sent yesterday to Ms. Ashley. And Mr. Bowe can explain who he has retained to now improve this plan with a gradual and progressive way of turning even first-timers and second-timers into a 75% by March of 2024.
And let me add something to this. A lot of our students, they are first-timers who have failed the first time the NCLEX examinations, but most of our students have, actually we have recruited and we have analyzed 50% of our students who took their NCLEX the second time they have passed. And that's probably one of the reasons you see our placement have increased, because however, it does not show up on our calculation board because it only accounts for the first timers, not the second timers or anything thereafter, unfortunately.
But that's all schools in Florida are measured by that first time pass,
yes,
right?
That is correct.
So may I ask what's different about the next 12 months relative to the past 3 years? I think
Yes.
the statement that you're going to go from 22% to 75 is bold and overly optimistic.
Yes, I really appreciate the opportunity for me to be able to explain what we have put forth ever since that. We have submitted an improvement plan, and it has consisted of many different aspects that we're looking at. We're looking at the program overall of the program leadership itself. We have revised the program leadership and have acquired a new dean. We also have looked at our program evaluation, and we have included the Saunders Comprehensive Book from beginning of the nursing program to all the way to the finish line and before they take their examination. Faculty commitment to improvement. We have looked at the student progress assessment to assess them throughout the program. We also look at the student retention improvement plan, and also we have now hired NCLEX with NCLEX preparation. She's one of the best in the business as far as the NCLEX preparation is concerned, with a 98% passing score with the first timers. And the way we're doing that, we're doing a pre-diagnostic test on all the students that are going to take the NCLEX examination. Then we look at the 8 client needs category to make sure that the student score above benchmark on each of the 8 student needs category, so that we can prepare them so that we can gap the deficiency they have in each of the categories. After that, we give them a post-diagnostic test to ensure that the student is ready for NCLEX. And we do understand that the time factor is very, very important. They do have about 3 weeks and 3 months after they graduate and after they take the RIGS NCLEX preparation to take the NCLEX, because when you're ready, you take the NCLEX. And those are the things that we have put in place, and we're very confident by March of 2024, we will have met a 75 passing rate with an increment of 25% each quarter in order to be able to reach that benchmark that we have set ourselves forth.
So why didn't you do this any time in the past 2 years while your scores were low?
We didn't know about Ms. Riggs yet. one of the challenges we did the last quarter we know about next gen NCLEX preparations. A lot of our students jump on board because they did not want to face the next gen NCLEX preparation, and that's one of the reasons, prepared or not, they jump on board and took the exam before the next gen preparation, and that's one of the reasons also. We do have other reasons. We're not blaming only on the fact that the students took the next gen, took the exam before the next gen. That came out April 1st, if I'm not mistaken. So all our students jumped on board and took the exam before the first quarter end so that they don't have to face the next generation NCLEX.
You're saying that they took the test too soon?
No,
Or-
they took the test before the next gen was implemented because they didn't want to face the next gen that was supposed to come out in April 1st.
Does your curriculum prepare students to be successful with the next gen NCLEX?
Yes, we did prepare them to the next gen NCLEX, but also right now with the new dean that we have hired and also Riggs preparation NCLEX, we think we can do a better job with that, and with the plan that we have submitted, we have confidence. And me personally, as a nurse practitioner, I do have a moral obligation to ensure that this plan is carried through.
Commissioner Cross, could you help me understand the retention and placement rate question you had earlier? I didn't fully understand.
Yeah, and it's not exactly fluid, but and what's reported on here is 89% placement rate.
I see that.
And so I was combining all those 3 years of data. So if you just looked at recent data, 70% are not passing the NCLEX approximately. So if you have 70% not passing your NCLEX, how do you have an 89% placement rate?
Right.
But he's saying they're previously working or concurrently working. So the new degree.
Sorry, that last sentence one more time.
They're either concurrently working or prior to going to school here, as a gentleman said that they were working. So I don't think the degree is giving them, they're not finding a job in their new credential that they're attending school for. That's the concern I have.
So we're counting individuals that were employed prior?
Or concurrently. They're concurrently working.
55% of the graduates that have taken the NCLEX have received their license. 55%, whether it was the first or second time. We have also done a study on the population of Essential School of Nursing, which is predominantly individuals that have been educated out of the country. And the passing rate for those individuals is 48% nationwide. So we're also assessing where they have been educated. Some of them may have issues with the standardized testing, and this is all through meetings, even with Ms. Riggs, that couldn't be here today to explain her program. Before they were doing in-house Zoom training or when the students were here, my recommendation was to hire the top person to change this from a 55 overall graduates passing to 75% graduates. I know the Board of Nursing and everyone looks at the first timing. I'm suggesting just for the school to know all the time the passing rate overall from the grads, deducting the 60 that have not taken the test because they don't want to right now. And these are early grads, so they are happy where they are working.
So 55% still doesn't equate to
Exactly.
89%.
But it has to go into another.
Are you all affiliated with Evolution Health Academy?
No.
Okay.
Forgive me, I'm exceedingly confused by these numbers. In 2019 and 2020, you had 44 enrollments. 2020 and 2021, you had 599 enrollments. 2021 and 2022, you had 143 enrollments. So there's an exponent during the year 2020 and 2021 of 5 times the number of enrollments of the following year previously, which is the last year we have. The most recent year we have financials for And I'm confused by this massive disparity of enrollments from 44 people to almost 600 people down to 143 people. Can you help me understand that?
Of course, yes, yes. One of the reasons is because of the COVID constraints. At the time of COVID, if everybody remembers that we were permitted, we were allowed to operate online per se. Most of our classes were online. And we did have a lot of students that were into the online. It was more, it was better, more suitable for the students to do the online. And after the COVID confinement, we did no longer have online classes anymore. That's probably one of the reasons it wasn't as sexy, I would say, for lack of a better term, for the students. That's one of the reasons we had a decrease in enrollment per se.
Right. I'm still confused because the time period you said you would have that decrease is when you actually had a massive increase. So 2020 is when you had 600 as opposed to 44. I would have expected those numbers to be opposite of that. Through the pandemic, everyone struggled, right? And we saw numbers plummet. Yours were increased by more than a factor of 10.
No, the 2020 was a COVID time.
Agreed. And 2020 to 2021 is when you had 600
the COVID,
students.
that's why we had more students.
So you actually experienced a tenfold increase in enrollments through COVID.
Because of the student interest at the time, because of the distant learning.
Can you tell me about your 2022 financials? We've not been provided the 2022 financials. Everything we have is for year-end December 2021.
Oh, the financial, I'm not an expert in the financial, so we'll have to excuse my lack of expertise on the financial, but to my understanding, it was submitted yesterday. But I did meet with the accountant, and the financial was sound.
Yesterday?
I'm sorry? Yesterday,
you said?
I think previous to, no, it was before that.
Those came through yesterday. Okay. Is there just a general, I've just seen a general lack of urgency right over the submission of these. You submitted the financials yesterday, knowing you were going to be here, today. It's late May, almost June. You had to have paid taxes earlier this year, I'm sure. Did you not have a financial review done? Couldn't have get those submitted to us sooner than this? Obviously, we need time to assess those and review those, and sending them in yesterday doesn't really count as sending them in, if you'll forgive me for saying it that way.
The financial would finalize on the 24th. We received communication from Ms. Ashley with contingencies. So as of yesterday, we sent that and the NCLEX plan. The email from Ms. Ashley was, I believe, last week. But we were finalizing the NCLEX run. We could
But the
submit
financials are always part of the submission. You don't have to wait on a contingency to say that you owe us those financials to send those in. They're always part of the standards that are to be submitted.
Believe me, it would have been submitted, but I immediately said, let's submit everything, 2 pieces, even though she has other contingencies, but they have been submitted.
So do you know your revenues then for last year?
Not on the top of my head, no, I'm sorry.
Do you know your revenues for 2021?
I wouldn't be able to tell.
Do you see that as a red flag that the owner of a school doesn't know the revenues for 2 different years that he's submitting to us?
Well,
I mean, it's a yes or no. Do you see that as a red flag? I'm a business owner. I can tell you what we did yesterday, last month, the month before. These are 2 different years, one of which we got yesterday. The other is trailing 2 years, and you don't know what those numbers are?
I left it to the financial, the CPA, and he did work out the numbers. Sorry. And he did work out the numbers, and the financial were submitted at different occasions. I believe that they were submitted on more than once, more than yesterday. And unfortunately, you have to excuse me if I don't remember the exact numbers of the financial, because I don't want, and as much as I would love to say the exact number, and something I know about accounting, you have to be exact on the dollar. And
how about a range? I don't need the exact number.
Let's see.
Well, that sheet that you just had. No, the one that had the percentage.
Do you have any recollection on how much it was and what you submitted?
Yeah.
Hmm? Where's it went? $1.16
For what year?
for 2020, 2021.
2021, yeah, 2022, 1.14.
1.14 for 2022. Thank you, Maritza.
Okay. That's you're saying that's your revenue
Yes,
or your net?
net income.
So among those 346 people of the windfall that you had during the pandemic, what kind of record-keeping practices do you have? Do you have files for all 346 of those completers?
Yes, we do.
Where are those kept?
They kept at the school's location, and also we scan them. We put them on a external drive.
Commissioner Cross, I'd love to lean on your expertise again here. I'm just struggling to get to that 89% number, and what I see in revenues doesn't really match what I'm seeing in enrollments, and I feel like the numbers are kind of all over the place. And this may be because of my naivete. I know you have a depth of knowledge in this. Do you see any anomalies?
No, I mean, I don't see how we're getting to an 89% placement rate, and it's cloudy. I don't have, you have that many students who are not passing, who are not completing. It's hard for me to understand how there's a 89% placement rate.
Right.
So, I look at the most recent information here. 52 of your students went to go take a test, 9 passed, and that's just unacceptable.
And it is unacceptable for us. I'm sorry to cut you off. Yes, it is totally unacceptable, and that's why we revamped the whole curriculum. We have gone through 2 different NCLEX review experts. We've gone through high yield, and with the first one, we had the 16% passing rate. We were using high yield. I don't know if anybody is familiar with high yield. Dr. Z doing the NCLEX review, and then we changed it to the RIGS NCLEX preparation, and we are confident that with the way that we are putting a monitoring in place for the students, for us to give the student the green light whenever they did everything together, and then they complete all the module as per high yield, we are very confident that we're going to reach that. And if you see our population, more than 60% of our student passes on the second time around. It's the first timer, and one of the reasons we had a big lag in the first quarter of 2023 was one of the reasons, not the only reasons, was most of the students did not want to face the next generation NCLEX because they thought it was going to be too difficult, because the next generation NCLEX is thought to be more difficult than the previous one because it has case scenarios. They have 3 case scenarios, and each case scenario has 6 different questions, so they didn't want to do that, and that's one of the reasons most of them our score did poorly.
So they did not feel prepared?
some of them, prepared or not, they're going to take it because the student's goal is to pass NCLEX whenever. Our goal is for them to pass on the first time around. So whether or not they were going to be prepared, it wasn't their objectives. Their objective is to pass the NCLEX whenever. And they took the time the first time.
If I may, I'd like to consolidate our various concerns. So starting with number one, I think your primary concern is the way that the placements are calculated.
It's pass rates. I mean, placement seems to be a flaw.
Right, but we're, just to itemize them, so that's one concern here. A second concern is how there is a similar net income despite a tremendous difference in enrollment.
Well said.
Without data to support either a tremendous increase in tuition or a radical decrease in costs. Third, it's the pass rates, which, as have been stated, are unacceptable. And you've articulated what you're going to do by way of a remediation plan, but it sounds like a proposed intervention without a clear diagnosis. So far, in terms of diagnostics, you've suggested, I think, one thing, and I'll extrapolate a second. One is students felt unprepared, or didn't want to take the next-gen version, so they took it prematurely. And the second, I guess, diagnostic would be that a lot of the students are foreign-born, and so the expectations of performance for those students should be distinct. Is that correct?
The second statement, say that again?
That, I think it was her comment, okay, that a large amount of the students are foreign educated, and those students perform lower nationally than U.S. educated students, and therefore the expectations of pass rates,
It's not an expectation, it's a national number right now, when 60% of the working nurses right now are Caucasian, 12% are African American or Black, and 9% Latinos. So, there are certain things that I suggested to the school to look into so they train them differently moving forward, because they are addressing, I was not born in this country, my first SAT was really bad, that they have to investigate, and that thing, I think that it will work because, some of the schools that cater to some and specific minorities, have to understand right now what the national is, so they can try to help, to increase African Americans and Blacks working in the nursing industry as well as Latinos. Why is it that they are failing at a higher rate than anybody else? So, I said to them, you're going to have to create also some evaluations for English as a second language and technical evaluations prior to them entering the school to make sure that they, so, for me, that's very important, the statistics, national statistics, not to protect them or any other schools, but unfortunately, that's the reality of America right now.
If I may, I think that that's a very intriguing line of inquiry, but there's a difference between national level statistics and actually identifying what the problem areas are in your program. I understand that you've kind of outlined some of the provisions that you will take for remediating the program. Can you draw out what you've diagnosed as the source of the problem in your program?
Yes, we did. One of the things, and I did mention that, I didn't go in depth into that. We look at the number one thing is the program leadership. I resign myself as a dean because I want to get my resources to other things. That's one of the reasons we have hired a new dean. The role of the new dean is to look at issues for the students and to look at the whole program from the delivery to the start of the delivery, from the students' attendance, participation, and everything else. We look also at the program evaluation to ensure that the academics are met, to ensure that the PowerPoint at the last up-to-date education, the books that we're using, that the last edition, that everything coincides with the new guidelines or the evidence-based practice. So we look everything, and one of the reasons is that whenever we look, We revised the whole program. We have introduced the Sounders Comprehensive Textbook Revision from the start of the program to the finish of the program so that the students are, in fact, learn how to do NCLEX-style questions to make sure that they understand the questions. Because of the level of question, we have different kind of level of questions. We have information question, we have adaptation question, we have analysis question, and we do have two simulation questions. So I don't want to bore you into everything. But those are the things that we're doing, not only in terms of the program itself, the program leadership, the program delivery system, our catalog is revised, and also we have identified students that are lacking benchmark, that are not performing above benchmark. They are remediated to ensure that they do get the knowledge that they will need in order for them to pass NCLEX. After each course delivery, the student are then, we do an NCLEX revision from the finish to the start. We know we have different clinical areas in nursing. We have maternity, OB, psychiatric, med-surg 1, med-surg 2, and all that. We make sure that we review all of them after each course to make sure that not only the student has the content on each material, but also they know how to answer NCLEX-style questions. And
if I may, I just want to clarify the question. You've have already answered and kind of given indications of your interventions or your remediation. I'm asking about identifying what the problem was, not what you're going to do about it.
Okay.
So what data did you use? What was your basis for identifying what the problem areas are before kind of throwing everything in the shed at it?
When I got involved with ESN, now they have 365, which is a system. During the time of COVID, they didn't have a system. They just had, I was essentially creating a database for them to track every movement of a student. Now they have 365 that can take the student from when they ask for information all the way to graduation and placement through one system. Of course, as they grow, they will have to get a better system than 365 Class A. But that was one of the issues that I identified, and I recommended that immediately they needed to keep track of everything, including the movement of attendance, who was there, who wasn't there, which it was, you know, I mean, when you open a school, I don't believe in innocence, but I do believe also that they're well-intended professionals, but they needed a system. And I'm adamant, as a consultant from the side, that systems give you enough information to keep track of the students. Mr. B, yesterday, asked alone, he wanted everything from 365 on the movement of the students, academic achievement, and everything, how they're moving along with tests and things like that. That didn't exist before. And that could have been a big problem, because you cannot follow through without systems.
Madam, when did you get involved?
I got involved the beginning of 2021, well, the mid-2021, around there. And then I got very sick and I had to take over.
Yes, to answer directly to the problem was not enough resources, human resources. That's the number one issues we had. Number two is that we had some issues with the catalog, with the program itself. So we restructured the catalog itself. We had a problem with our instructors. We make sure that we have instructors that are sound, you know, to be able to assist the students. We had problem with the students themselves not being too laissez-faire in classroom for doing class attendance. Those are the problems, and those are the ones that we try to rectify in our remediation plan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that really speaks to a cultural problem within the school itself, right? I don't know that it's fair to blame student attendance, right, if there are expectations set at the outset for what they are responsible for. So how many students do you have right now?
I believe we have 66 students right now.
When was our last site visit?
last site visit was June 29th, 2022.
Thank you.
It's a year ago, almost. Okay. I struggle here because what I said earlier about the sense of urgency, I'd like to reiterate is, according to your financials, you made a ton of money in 2021, and 80% of your people failed the test, right? And you were very successful, they were not. And there's a massive disparity in your placement rates and retention rates and revenues. Those don't really track. If you were to graph those visually, I think you would see spikes and falls. And it makes me doubt the veracity of the information that I'm looking at, especially since we're looking at year-end 2021 and not 2022, and we're halfway through 2023. So we have updated staff recommendations. Are there any other discussion from commissioners prior? The updated staff recommendations would be to deny the application for annual license based upon the institution's failure to demonstrate that its nursing pre-licensure education programs are organized to produce a sequence which leads to the attainment of competence in the respective field of study in compliance with Rule 6E, Florida Administrative Code. The institution's failure to demonstrate that its nursing pre-licensure education program conforms to the standards and training practices generally accepted by the occupational or professional fields for which students are being prepared, and that successful completion of the programs adequately make graduates eligible to receive the appropriate certification or practice the profession in accordance with Rule 6E, Florida Administrative Code. And the institution's failure to demonstrate that its recruitment efforts are adequately designed to target students who are qualified and likely to complete and benefit from the training provided by the institution in compliance with Rule 6C of Florida Administrative Code. Do I have a motion to accept staff's revised recommendation? In addition, within 30 days of entry of this clerked order, the institution shall establish and submit to the commission a written plan for the institution's closure in accordance with Section 1005.36 Florida statutes and Rule 6E 4.005 Florida Administrative Code. Now do I have a motion for the revised staff recommendation?
I moved.
Commissioner Whitaker.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. All in favor?
May I say something?
Certainly.
Is there a way the commission can put a stay, due to the fact that we were not aware of the revised recommendation?
Were you aware that you were on probation?
We were aware that we were going to be placed on probation.
Sure.
And
were you aware that your passage rates were in the 20%?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Right, so all of this is predicated on information that you were aware of. So this is the result. It's a symptom, it's not the cause. The cause are things that you were very well aware of.
I understand. All I'm asking is stay so that we can revise the plan and we can submit it, due to the fact that we just learn about it right now, on the moment, on the minute, and that's why I'm pleading for the goodness of your heart, so that you can put a stay, allow us to rectify something.
I think the goodness of our heart steers toward the success of the students, the investment that they make, that you benefit from, and the, I would argue, irreparable harm done to them giving up the resources and time that they have toward a career that they're not able to attain, at least 80% of them, out of the numbers that we have. So that's where our hearts are going to lie.
Even if we have a 55% pass and 55% pass.
Yeah. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
No, even if they were 55% pass, what I'm saying is this: we know our numbers are not. There's no way to explain that. They were miserable, and we know that, and we're working every day to work with the students, and they have passed on our second attempt. Most of our students pass on the second attempt. And we have a lot of students, and every day they're texting me, "Oh, you made my dream come true. I thank you very much." And we serve a community, and I'm begging the commissioners to come back, and if you give me all the way until the second quarter of 2023, I can show you that I show better numbers. And all the numbers that we're seeing, they were based on March 31st, 2023. So we don't have new data, but I have raw data right now that I'm competing. At least if you give me until June, because the data comes, the second quarter finished in June 31st. If you give me until September 20th, I can show you I have significant progress on our NCLEX passing score.
I think the commission, and I don't want to speak for everyone here, don't share your optimism because you've been on a provisional licensing for a 3-year period, and some of the factors that could have supported your argument were only sent to the commission yesterday. I think you, in a last-minute ditch effort to sustain this effort further, sending in information that just really continued to further the arguments that we're making here. That Madam, you've been involved since mid-2021, and we're still working on a plan that is yet to be implemented that isn't based on clear metrics. To Commissioner Stefano's question of where you arrived at that diagnosis, and therefore, how you prescribed the cure. And there has to be a point where the student success comes before your own, sir.
Yes, and I understand, and I take full responsibility for it, and that's one of the reasons I'm asking them. I'm getting raw data that is unfortunately not competed on the website. If you give me until July 20th, I can show you that I make significant progress, and we've been working very, very hard to achieve these numbers.
So, for the record, the commission finds that Essential School of Nursing, Inc., provisionally licensed since 2020 to operate registered nursing and practical nursing programs, has consistently failed to maintain first-time passage rate for the NCLEX RN and NCLEX PN examinations, which are within 10% of the national passage rate averages pursuant to Section 464.019A1 in Florida statutes. So the consistency of that failure and the lack of urgency to reverse that trend is what brought us here today.
If I may say something, the plan was submitted before yesterday. The revised plan was sent yesterday, but the plan had been submitted on different occasions. It's not like we had lack of efforts. The financial was sent way before yesterday. And I work with one, I don't know whether I can say his name, one of the CPA, Ibarra. He worked with the financial, and it was sent way in advance. The financial was sent way in advance. What we're saying is we revised the plan based upon the new numbers, the raw data we got at, I believe, after the first quarter of 2023, which everybody noticed that we had a dip on our passing rate. That's why we had to revise the plan again to ensure that whatever trend that we are going through, we're pointing upwards, because it wasn't acceptable for us. We even changed a lot of things. When things are not working, we have to change things, and we revised the plan and we sent it, but the plan was sent way ahead of time.
So you said you just realized that the scores had dipped in the first quarter of 2023?
We didn't just realize it, because every quarter, if I may, every quarter, I personally request a confidential report from the Board of Nursing, and they give me the report. I look at it myself, and I look at it, I call the students, and we look at it together, and I didn't just realize it. I realized it that usually the report comes out 20 days after the quarter ends. So I didn't just, if you did hear me mention that, but I just recorded, it's probably a mishap.
Right. I just don't think the first quarter of 2023 is anomalous here. What we're saying is that you have consistently underperformed and benefited at the expense of students who have not found the success that they sought.
Yes, I do understand that. And that's one of the reasons I say that we have implemented new things, and I'm getting raw data that we are getting better. And one of the things, yes, we're consistently performing bad, but we perform worse. That's what I mean to say by that. We perform worse. Yeah. On the first quarter of 2023. That's what I mean to say.
Yeah,
so we needed to do.
I think that better than worse doesn't mean it's good. So not as bad is not a phrase you use in a meritocracy. So do I have a motion to accept the staff revised recommendations as read.
May I ask
Commissioner
a question?
Stefano.
I'm sorry. There are 66 current students.
Supposedly.
How would it, presuming that they are current students, how would they be affected by this motion? If I may ask staff to comment on this.
So as part of the orderly closure, there would be a teach-out program in place.
And so that's included in the motion. It's kind of presumed, or does that need to be
Is
articulated?
that implied with every orderly closure?
Yes, it is, but by operation of the fact that the institution will submit to the commission a written plan for their closure, by operation of the cited rules and statutes that must include a train-out plan. And just so we're clear to the commissioners, you are being asked to approve both the order and the findings which support it, those findings which were recited by Chairman Williams.
Was that the clarity you needed, Commissioner? Okay.
If I may, if the commissioners, and I hear you and I respect your decision, Mr. Tra. We have a lot of students, 66 students in jeopardy, and I am seeing good results for the NCLEX. And I know and I recognize that it wasn't, for lack of a better term, it's abysmal. Give me until July 20th.
My recommendation, sir, is some good advice that I got years ago, because I have failed many times in life. And the advice I got was to fail forward. And I am confident that you'll be able to revise your plan and make a success of your next venture, but it cannot be at the expense of your current and past students on an ongoing nature. So this isn't my decision. This is staff recommendation that I'm making them aware of and asking for. Again, let's find out if we have a motion for the revised, now that we understand the orderly closure requirements, staff recommendations.
So moved.
Second. Commissioner Witter, Commissioner Cross. Any opposed? All in favor say aye.
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 The motion carries. Thank you for your time here, sir. Good luck. The next item on our agenda is Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico, Inc., Miami 2649. If you're from the institution, hello.
Yes,
hello.
hi. I am
Please
Dr.
introduce
Luis
yourself.
Javier. I'm sorry, Dr. Luis Javier Delgado, Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico, Florida Campus Director.
Thank you for being here today.
Of course, thank you.
Do you have any statements or questions before the commissioners discuss?
Oh, no, at this moment.
All right. Ooh, you guys, Johnny on the spot. Commissioners, any questions or discussion?
I have a question about utilizing the Department of Education, the statewide course numbering system. Can you explain why you were utilizing that system and what you're doing to fix that?
Yeah, it's been like 18 years that we'll be using some similar course number. I'm talking about maybe 20 courses that have been approved by the commission before since 2005. It never been addressed by the commission before, so we were not aware that those course number were similar or the same to the state course number.
Right.
That's why.
So now you understand that that's
Oh, not, of course.
a
Yeah, sure.
process
Yeah,
that each course would have
I
to be
revised
reviewed.
the codes myself, and I realized some courses are similar or the same. That's right.
So have you had students that transferred out of your institution to other schools thinking they had the approved courses? Or have you had any issues with that? How did this come, how did you discover, maybe the commission discovered it, but because.
Yeah, sure.
Ms. Whitaker, for the record, Bob Harris on behalf of Polytechnic. It came about because the staff analysis, the staff recommendation for the first time in their history said that the numbers were too close to the Common Course numbering system and needed to be revised. So this is the first time, again, as Dr. Delgado said, they've been doing this for a long, long time. So we're not aware of any student that was confused by that. Really, there's only so many ways you can put a code on for English 101 or humanities, whatever. But again, because of the proximity to it, for the first time this was raised to him. And so again, we've talked to council, and we're willing to make those changes over the next few months to make sure there's no confusion with that. But there's no evidence that any student was confused by that. The institution does have articulation agreements with 2 state colleges where students can come directly from those state colleges into and continue their studies at Polytechnic University, which of course is a very positive thing. So.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
As I understand it, this was only recently brought to our attention, right? To all of our attention. So, do you guys have further discussion? If not, we can share a revised staff recommendation. It is not the staff recommendation you see in your agenda. This one reads, the extension of annual license is granted. The institution shall, within 180 days of entry of this clerk order, revise its course numbering system so that it is not the same or substantially similar to that of the statewide course numbering system in accordance with section 1007.246, Florida statutes and rule 6A 10.0433, Florida Administrative Code, and submit to the commission an updated catalog which complies with rule 6E 2.004 and which reflects revision of the institution's course numbering system. Commission will delegate authority to the executive director to assess the compliance of that. Do I have a motion? I'm sorry? Yes, forgive me. So that would apply for both institutions under D, number 2649 and 3085.
Yes.
I don't know how many ways you can skin a cat, but, we can work together to figure that out.
Thank you.
I don't think the commission expects that substantial harm has been done to students. It's boxes being checked.
Thank you so
Excel
much.
has a random number generator.
Use colors, right? English blue, English red, right?
We will proceed with the corresponding changes as required for the commission.
Are
Thank
you
so much.
comfortable with 6 months for us to figure that out?
Yeah, that's pretty much time. Thank you.
Yes. Do we have a motion for the revised staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioners Whitaker and Stefano. Any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you so much. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to Section E, Application for Annual Renewal. The first item on that agenda is on the right page here. American College of Applied Sciences, Crescent City, 3145. If we have a representation, hello, sir. Please move to the podium and introduce yourself.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Robert DeFranco, President of the American College of Applied Science.
It's great to see you today, sir. Do you have questions or comments for the commission before we discuss?
No, sir.
Outstanding. Do you know what your current enrollment is? I'm trying to find that on the summary sheet.
It's very low right now. We have, I think, 1 or 2 students that are actually in classes now. We have a few that are on leave of absence for personal reasons. So we're a very small school.
How is that affecting your stability and/or solvency?
Sorry, sir?
How is that affecting your stability and/or your solvency financially?
Well, listening to many of the other institutions that appeared here, we probably have the lowest overhead. We don't have a campus. Our programs are hybrid, so we do online, and we have our academic residencies where we were an animal behavior school. So they work with the animals in different locations, and then their externships are done in different locations. So we have very little overhead. We have a sanctuary out in Crescent City, Florida. That's where our offices are. There's no rent there. So our biggest overhead is probably our CPA and the fees to the CIE. You know.
Well, I'm glad the CPA took first place in that.
He did.
I'm curious, and this is purely out of curiosity. I'd like to hear more about your program and how you're administrating it. That's interesting.
Sure. You know, we've been licensed, I suppose, close to 20 years now. And like everyone, COVID hit us pretty hard, especially since many of the programs were face-to-face. Many of our students, we have a graduate program, a master's program, and then we have a professional development. Those are the two largest programs. And many of the students are already in the profession, but they want to just do continuing education. They work at veterinary practices where they will counsel, you know, with people that have animal behavior problems, because in many cases that's why animals are abandoned and euthanized. So we try to help there. And some of them work for animal control and animal sanctuaries and such. So many of them are employed already, and they're just trying to get, you know, more information in the field. We've been reaching out to associations like NADOI, the National Association of Dog Obedience Instructors, Association of Pet Dog Trainers, APDT, Association of Companion Animal Behavior Counselors, and veterinarians. We're doing a mailing to the veterinarians here in Florida, trying to get more Florida students in July and August. So that's how we get our students. But again, you know, like everyone, COVID hit us kind of hard, and we're just coming back now. And we worked on our search engine optimization also to improve enrollments. So that's what our students do. And again, many of them are just people that want to help animals and help families, keep them, you know, in the family. And that's, you know, part of what our program's about.
I respect the fact that you're small, and I want to make sure that I'm just understanding some of the nuances here. All I'm showing is the end of 2021, and there's revenue, but zero generated in Florida. So where else are you operating that?
Yeah, and we're working on that. You know, I want to see more Florida students. It's easier for us to also do the academic residency labs. We have a few foreign students, you know, outside of the United States. We have some in other states. We just haven't had the response from the Florida students, and that's one of the reasons we're doing the mailing. I just got a mailing list of, I think, 9,000 or so veterinarians in the state of Florida, and we're suggesting to them that, you know, since I think 4.2% of the people that come in are saying that there are behavior problems with the animals and they want to euthanize and such. So veterinarians do well when they have a tech on staff who has our credentials, as well as the national certification, to counsel these people and help them to keep their pets, you know. So that's what we're going to do to try to promote, you know, more students to enroll in the state of Florida.
Yeah, no, that is an interesting model. Given that you've been small and sort of nurturing this over time, right? What's your overarching plan? Is this something that you want to sustain effort at and grow into a much larger program, or are you content for it to be small? Because it sounds like you have other things.
Well, if you look at some of the photos on our website, I mean, we had classes come through several times a year of 20 students, you know, and we had veterinarians with us and everything teaching. We'd like to get back up to that level, and we think we can. It's just about, you know, you have to spend the money on the marketing and the SEO and direct mailers and reaching out to the veterinary practices and explaining to them how it would help them. You know, I mean, veterinary practices, usually in the middle of the day, they're doing surgeries, their rooms are empty. They could be counseling, you know, pet owners and bringing them even into that practice if they have that person on staff. So we're going to do everything we can to get back up to where we were and hopefully better.
I like your idea of targeting businesses who could benefit from having that certification on staff, that's a smart move, especially
them.
considering the individual enrollments have been a struggle for you. You can go to those who might want to employ those individuals with that certification or certify someone who they already employ, right? Upskill that individual. You know, there's some state dollars available for upskilling incumbent workers that you might want to look into, and could make that available through a variety of painful hurdles. But once you got there, that employer could be incentivized to participate in your program.
Good advice, thank you.
Yeah. Commissioners, any
If I
questions?
may add a comment to what you were saying, that is very strategic to target veterinarians. And if you really want to speak to their interests, you could demonstrate the benefits to their business of the prospective customer lifetime value for pet health over whatever they gain from putting the animal to sleep. So if there is an increase in keeping the animal, then there is a long-term business benefit for the veterinarian. So
Right, I mean, it brings more revenue to the veterinary practice, and instead of if you euthanize an animal, you know, he's not gonna be able to service it every year, you know? And, you know, people, it's very hard for them to give up their animals, you know? So behavior, trainers and behavior specialists can do a lot to help families and the practice, so it works for both.
All right, commissioners, any more discussion?
So do you teach most of the courses?
I'm sorry?
Do you actually teach most of the courses offered?
Do I teach? Yes, I do. Yeah,
you
I'm a
teach
behavior analyst. I work with
Okay.
kids with disabilities. As a matter of fact, if the commission is interested, we're writing a program now for service dog training, because the emotional support dogs and the actual therapy dogs help kids with on the autism spectrum a lot. I see it
Right.
daily in the other work I do. So, yeah.
That's what I was going to mention when I said the equine learning and equitation science, that there's a lot of horse therapy and a lot of proven science behind for all different types of
Right. Yeah,
health
since
issues and
COVID, we
disabilities.
haven't had a lot in the equine area come through. You know, we're hoping that increases. Yeah, we have, you know, PhDs and veterinarians that can teach those courses easily.
There's, I believe USF has a program that was funded by the state to do more research around equine therapy for disabilities, specifically around PTSD and veterans. So that may be something you could look into, because I think it's,
Yeah, I mean, it's
there's
great
a lot
to
of
get
science
funding.
behind
Yep.
there.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other discussion? Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations
So moved.
to grant the annual license? Commissioner Whitaker?
Second.
Commissioner Cross? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? License is granted, sir.
Thank
Continue
you.
doing the good work. I wish you luck.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to ask if I have a motion to take the remaining items in this section by consent.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Cross, Mr. Stefano. Go through one by one to ensure that you have none that you want to pull.
I'm sorry, did we,
Did we miss one?
I think Florida Health
Florida Health.
Institute,
Oh, there is a subsection after that, so we need to do number 2, and then we could go consent for application by means of accreditation. You are correct, Commissioner Stefano. Did I skip that one? Number 2. No, not if, there's the number 2. Yeah, that was my apologies. We were looking at the next section. I skipped number 2. All right, so my apologies. We are looking for Florida Health Institute, Fort Lauderdale 2926. Did not overlook you on purpose, I assure you. Anyone from here, please step to the podium, introduce yourself. No one here. What's that? Yeah, they're not on the. They're just not in there. Okay, so what is on the agenda does not reflect what your book's here. So we're looking at Florida Health Institute, Fort Lauderdale 2926, Cambridge College of Healthcare Technology 2453, Dragon Rises College Oriental Medicine 2425, and International College of Health Sciences 4655 as a recommendation to be taken by consent.
So moved.
Commissioner Cross.
Second.
Commissioner Stefano. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Are there any you would like to pull from that list of 4? 5? Well, we already did the first one. So there. See that? Doesn't match that. I'm so simple-minded. Commissioner Whitaker, any you'd like to pull? Commissioner Marty, any you would like to pull? Yes, you have any you want to pull? Are there any you would like to pull from that group of consent, Commissioner Marty? Nope. Commissioner Stefano?
Not at this time.
None.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for all items 2 through 5?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Cross, Commissioner Stefano. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, staff recommendations carry, motion carries. Thank you. Sorry about the complication. Now we can get to the larger. Yeah. So we're at 12:30 and I get hangry. And I imagine some of you do too. So I think we're going to try to take, 45 minutes? Would that be enough? Is that okay with you, Ms. Hood? Okay. We're going to take 45 minutes as a quick lunch and then come back and knock the rest of these out. So we will see you at 1:15. All right. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. Sorry for the delay. There was a 2-for-1 on wine and draft beer at BJ's. I thought it unfair that we would leave before having our second, so I appreciate you guys' patience. Looks like the next item we have up on agenda is F, application for license by means of accreditation. There are 3 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion to take this section by consent passes. Commissioners, are there any items you would like to pull from among these 3? Commissioner Whitaker?
I think I'm good for now.
All right. Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
No.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
No.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Marty, I forgot you were in the TV over there.
No.
I'm so sorry. None for you to pull. All right, Director Hurst, does the staff have anything they want to pull? All right. Then is there a motion to accept staff recommendations for those items?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposed? Well, I should say all in favor.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. The next item on our agenda is annual review of license by means of accreditation. Section G on the agenda is annual review. License by means of accreditation. There are 8 original items in this section. There are 2 write-in additions to this section, items 9 and 10. These materials can be found in the addendum to the agenda. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Stefano and Commissioner Taylor Ellison, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to take this section by consent passes. Now I'll ask each commissioner whether they have any items they would like to pull from among these 10, the 8 original plus the 2 write-ins. Give you a moment to review that. Commissioner Whitaker?
I think I'm good.
Commissioner Marty?
None.
None. Commissioner
Okay.
Taylor Ellis? Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
All right. Then do I have, Director Hurst, do you have any report from among those? Then is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1 through 8 plus the 2 write-in?
So moved.
Commissioner Stefano, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Cross, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes and staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions, and we had none to pull. Yes, sir.
Could you, for the record, put who those 2 write-ins were, just so that they can later on say that they were one of the write-ins?
Yes, sir.
Those are NRI Institute of Health Sciences, Royal Palm Beach, number 1768. And number 10 is Cambridge College of Healthcare and Technology, Delray Beach, number 2843.
Okay, well, that's why. All right, our next item on the agenda is H, application for program approvals modifications. There are 4 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these 4 applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion to take this section by consent passes. We'll now ask each commissioner whether there are items they would like to pull from among these four. Commissioner Marty, do you have any from among these four that you would like to pull?
Number 1,
Commissioner Whitaker.
Number 1 is a,
Number 1,
No others.
Commissioner Stefano.
None additional.
None. All right, Director.
No additional.
All right. Then is there a motion to accept? She said number, well, we did have a number 1 over here with Commissioner Whitaker. Yes, yes, yes. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 2, 3, and 4?
So move.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The staff recommendations are accepted for items 2, 3, and 4, which, it's these, right?
Yes.
Are Palm Beach University, West Palm 8968, Renaissance Health Institute, West Palm 6042, and forgive me if I don't know, URBE University, Sweetwater 5594. Okay. That brings us back to Bridgeway School of Nursing, Orlando, number 6473. If any representatives are here from that organization, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Good afternoon, ladies. Hi.
Hi, Dr. Charmaine Watson, Director of Nursing.
Marisha Tucker McFadden, Director of Operations.
Thank you for being here today, ladies. Do you have questions or comments for the commission before we discuss?
I don't think so.
You look like you might.
We'll wait for your questions first.
All right, fair enough. Commissioners, we're open for discussion and comments.
could you just go over what the program is that you're looking to get the approval, or modifications?
This would be our ASN program in nursing. We remove 1 or 2 credits from pediatrics, maternal pediatrics, obstetrics, and mental health, and we move that into a capstone class at the end, so it gives the students time to get ready for practice. We did not take away the amount of credits that are needed for the program. We did some readjustment there.
And I see your placement, overall placement rate and retention rate. The retention rate is 53%. Is that correct?
No, I believe that's incorrect. That has changed, but that was last year.
Okay.
What is your current right now then? Because that's what's showing here in the documents is 53% retention. What is your current retention rate for this year, or 22 to 23?
Our current retention, Our current retention rate right now is closer to 85% instead of the 53%, I think is what you have.
Mm-hmm.
And enrollment currently?
We're at about 30 students.
30. What do you think the reasoning for having the lower retention rate in 21, 22?
Lower 21 and 22. No, when we give that, that's for the year before. So
It was-
I think a lot of school got hit because of COVID. So you asked for, I believe on your forms that we do fill out, it comes for the year previous to that. Is that correct? So that would be in year of 21
Gotcha,
or end
okay.
of 20. So yes, that would not be for all of 22.
Placement rate is 66%.
For which one? The ASN program?
I think this is your overall. Online hybrid.
So we just had our.
Oh, this is ASN, sorry.
Oh, okay. So the placement rate that you see is 66% for the ASN?
Accreditation professional. I would say, is that the overall placement rate, correct? Yes. Just seems like a low number with, nursing being in such high need.
So we did have our first graduating class last July.
Okay.
And from July to, I guess, whenever these numbers were turned in, not many of them had tested yet. And if they had tested, they hadn't gotten a job in that space as yet.
Got it.
So I think it's really just a slow running start.
Right.
For what the numbers that you see. But we do have a second graduating class coming up for our ASN program, and I believe the numbers will be a lot different.
Okay, great, thank you.
As far as we are a very small program, so bear in
Right.
mind that if we have 6 students and one doesn't make it, it doesn't mean that it's really like 50% of the program. It's just that it has a greater impact
Right.
on the percentage.
Thank you.
Percentages can be deceiving. I understand that. Let me get this, if you don't mind. Have you guys prepared your 2022 financials? Do you have those?
Yes.
Right, we just don't have them here is the reason I'm asking.
We've sent them in to Ms. Davis, I believe, last week. It took a little longer than hoped to have them prepared, but they were sent in to Ms. Davis last week.
Is there a challenge that caused them to be more difficult to do than the length of time you anticipated? Or, I mean, look, I haven't done mine yet. I'm just asking.
No, the accountant explained to us that it's because we request it within tax season. So he
Right.
was just very busy. We didn't know that we were going to need it for the modification. So at the time when she told us and we requested, he said, well, bear in mind, it's tax time.
Mid-March.
So
Yeah.
just took
It's
it.
ironic, right, when you ask your taxes to be done during tax time. And they're told, sorry, I'm too busy doing taxes to do your taxes. Yeah. I think we have the same accountant. So let's just talk about some financial trends, and I know that you guys are gradually building. I remember you before the commission before, and I applaud your cautiousness and not getting out over your skis a little. You are making less money on more revenue, right? From the 2020 until now, you've had a 50 to 100% increase in your top line revenue, but you went from making a little bit of money to losing a lot of money, even though your revenues went up. So you invariably took on more costs. And I'm hoping that you recognize that and wondering what you're doing to try to mitigate that, because you don't want to see increased revenues and decreased nets over time, right?
So actually, the 2022 audit that we just received showed that we're no longer in the red. We're now, instead of like the negatives that you see on the paper, we're at positive. We're in the black, so that's really good for us. And our overall revenue for students in Florida is something like $373,000
For 2022?
for 2022, which
for
is
you
really,
guys.
really great for us.
It is. No, that is good. And it matches the trajectory you're on. That's why I asked that originally, is you've made a very consistent line. It's not a lot of ups and downs, right? So you're obviously taking measured growth, and I applaud you for that. The graduates out of 28 for 2021, 3 graduates out of 28, right? How many enrollments and graduates did you have for 22? Because we don't have those in front of us.
So 2022 was what, 7 or something like that, I believe?
Yeah, we had about 7 graduates in 22.
7?
Yes, 7 graduates in 22 between our PN and our ASN programs.
And how many enrollments was that based on?
Our enrollment is still somewhere around that 28 to 30. Like we're not huge. So our enrollment is still somewhere around that 30-ish number. But the 7 graduates.
So you had a 50% increase in revenue on the same amount of enrollments.
No, so I just want to clarify to you what the question you asked. So we had 7 students, but there were probably 12 enrollment that came in, so that's where the percentage rate got skewed a little bit. Then after August or July 31st of last year, we had students that maybe doubled in the enrollment. So that's how we have more revenue. If that's what you're...
So you did have double the enrollment for 2022 over 2021.
Yes, so that's
So closer to 50 students in 2022, is that right?
Close to 50?
Oh,
Well, you had 28 in 2021. And
No, not
I think in 21, we might have had 28 people enroll and then quite a few people withdraw. So
Sure.
so that number might have been like 28 that said, yes, we'll come, and then quite a few people
Sure,
said,
sure.
no,
Well,
we're
yeah, there was a
not coming
53%
anymore.
retention. I get it. Yeah. Okay.
And then in that 22 space, that's when people said, yes, we'll come, and then yes, we'll stay.
Right.
We have also changed the policy because we're a new school. What was taking place is that as soon as students say yes, we have them sign, and then we didn't realize that some of the enrollment, they have like a week to kind of just drop the program.
Sure.
So some of those we counted as students that were enrolled in the program. So I think that's where the numbers kind of got tipped.
Sure.
And in 2022, we also started working with a student loan company. So
Nice.
students had the option to be able to work with the student loan company that would be able to pay their tuition.
Sure.
Or at least ahead of time for them. So that also helped quite a bit with the revenue.
So this isn't a question really relevant to the staff recommendations, but you're obviously at that point where you've got to figure out how to scale,
Yes.
right? Like, how do we break past this plateau where we seem to be in the same place, right? And considering we're at a 10% inflation rate over the period where you made that money, you know, staying the same means you're actually losing 10% because your dollars are worth less, right? So can I ask what your plan is to try to break through this plateau? And this is just hoping that you have one, you know, optimistically wanting the best for you. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
So one of our plans to help break through this plateau is the program modification that we came up with, which helps us do online delivery and offer those prerequisites online to some people, as well as being able to bring in more people that way. And we think that'll be able to help us get past that certain area. And then if we need to move locations, we have someplace on deck.
Right.
That if we need to grow a little bit bigger. And the program modifications that we have also allows it to be more feasible for us to scale more people in one space for one class or for one clinical. And again, our classes are small, so it's not like it's, you know, massive, but it allows us to be able to hold more people in one space so that we can scale.
That's a really good answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioners, any other discussion or questions?
Yeah, one question. What is your projected graduate class for this year? You said you have another one coming up. How many are you expecting to graduate?
Yeah, between 12 and 14.
So is your retention improving then as well? Am I hearing that correctly?
Exponentially.
Excellent. That's
Yes.
fantastic. Thank you.
The process is slow and steady.
Any other discussion?
Great.
Staff would like to make a minor modification to the current staff recommendation. Currently, it states grant approval of the hybrid synchronous and asynchronous online delivery for the general education courses. That should reflect grant approval of the hybrid synchronous and asynchronous online delivery for the theory courses.
Noted. All right, hearing no further discussion, do I have a motion to accept staff's revised recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion carries. You have granted approval, and wish you luck with this asynchronous delivery. I hope it creates the scale for you that you're looking for.
Thank you.
Stay with it.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
All right, our next section, I, motion for extension of license. There are 3 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Taylor Ellis and Commissioner Whitaker, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion to take this section by consent passes. I'll now ask each commissioner whether they have items they would like to pull from among these 3. Commissioner Whitaker?
Or just refer to staff. I know there's anything that you but I think I'm okay.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis? Nope. Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Commissioner Cross?
No.
Director?
No.
All right. Then, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1, 2, and 3?
So move.
Second?
We have a motion by Commissioner Stefano and a second by Commissioner Whitaker. That motion carries for items 1, 2, 3, and just so that we're clear for Counselor, Universidad Energy Mendez, Universidad Energy Mendez, Universidad Energy Mendez, right? That was all 3 of those. So, okay. Next is item J, motion for request for extension of time to comply with contingencies. There are no requests for extension of time to comply with contingencies in section K, so apparently we will be moving to section K. On the agenda is substantive change approval, and we will take these items individually, with item number 1 being Cesar Vallejo College in Miami, number 5715. If you are here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Did that come out?
No, it didn't sound like it. Gentlemen, is that microphone? There we go.
Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Vladimir Velázquez, CEO of Cesar Vallejo College.
Ana María Escobar, admission in your registrar Cesar Vallejo College.
Good afternoon. Elwin Terrones, Cesar Vallejo College.
Good afternoon. Karina Cárdenas, CEO, Universidad César Vallejo, Perú.
Good afternoon, Heraclio Campana, vicerrector académico César Vallejo de Perú.
Thank you all for coming in today. Do you have questions or comments before the commission before we have discussion?
Actually, I
Please.
do if I can. We
acquired this client very recently, and we were able to do just enough to be able to have that information here, including a restructuring. So some of the documentation you have as a 606, 605, and the financial improvement plan that you have, we are replacing. And reason for that is that when we assessed the college, we realized that they were hemorrhaging some money. We needed to know where. And once we did our forensics, we realized where it is, what happened, and then we came up with the plan. The folks here are predominantly, they're all new. Some of the folks that were representing this college before have either been moved to the rest of the institution's abilities in other places or entirely removed. The folks here, they've met with us several times. They're committed, dedicated. We have a letter from the founder, who also operates one of the largest university systems in Peru, about 12 campuses. He also confirmed a infusion of dollars, however, and I'm going to put a however in there, the infusion of dollars over the next 4 years as a commitment. Now, the however is that I always believe you should never throw good money after bad, and therefore we put a halt as far as what other things that were not essential to operations. In the next 90 days, you should be able to see different financials, and you should be able to see an infusion of students and tuition and a reduction in the liability. We found that to be imperative, otherwise they were going to hemorrhage even though new money that came in. The folks behind me are aware of that, and they're working towards making that change. Because they have such a long history in education, and internationally as well as here, I found it important that we had to go back to foundational, including, in the business world, if you're running a corporation, you get a budget, you have variance meetings every month, and then you have all the departments having variance meetings at least one quarter, and that's something that we're putting in place. We want checks and balances. The folks here have agreed, the founder has agreed. They do want to continue operating the university, however, it can't continue the way it was. We did find some items. We can get into details as you ask questions as to how things transpired, and what we did find that was absolutely an issue. So with that.
So what did you find?
Well, we found that, and I always say this, and a lot of folks have always heard me say that I'm against predatory consulting. These folks were convinced to get a property that cost about between $15,000 and $17,000 as the lease progressed. They didn't bother to check zoning. So right now they're carrying a 5-year lease of those extra dollars, which the founder is willing to supply that. However, the folks that maneuvered them in this direction obviously are not here. And we find that often. And that's a whole other conversation I can have with everyone, but I'm very much against those practices, and a lot of good professionals here that are great consultants, and some are not. And unfortunately, we're finding quite a bit of this.
So the financials we're showing here in June 30, 2022, so we're coming up on a year since, the data that we're looking at here. So can you give me a little of the timeline from those who were previously involved exit, and when the good folks that are with you now took over, so that we can get some sense of how much time they've had to affect change?
These folks, and I have to get that clarification again, we've been on with them less than a month, so we've gathered important information to come here.
Yep.
Can
we just ask?
Yeah.
When did you guys get involved?
We the new team started working on March, so we have a new team.
Of this year?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And we have a new plan with the support of Otero Consulting Group, so we are making a lot of changes for improvement.
Same owner is what I'm hearing, right? Just with a change of the guard, so to speak.
Same ownership, which is the university system out in Peru. Mm-hmm. It is a private college. There is an actual owner, but obviously something that size.
Yeah.
And that was one of the issues we had.
So are all of you guys employees of the school now?
We are three working here in Miami. We have two top executives from the main campus in Peru, Dr. Campana and Dr. Cardenas. They are come here to work with us, for the improvement plan.
So I'm asking that because that looks like a lot of payroll standing there. And I'm looking at the loss prior to you coming on board from last year, knowing it's doubtful that it got better, otherwise you wouldn't have come in since March, and we haven't even seen those. We generated, relative to the advertising expense, only 50% more revenue than was spent, in advertising to get students in, which seems like the largest hurdle. So I'm assuming that your plan involves more enrollments.
Yes, that's correct. We're anticipating several leaps in enrollment in the next 60 days. Also, we're requesting the principal financials because we, on our end, want to be sure that we're dealing with folks that actually have the money to make the infusion. We don't like to take that risk as a company. From our just rough estimates, we're saying it's severely over 200 million that they're worth on that end. So we're looking at the letter of attestation that they're committed to it. I think they can cover it. We're looking to reduce expenditures significantly, and you'll see that in the 606 and then the new business plan.
Yeah, so 50% of the loss was in professional fees, which is staggering. Right.
And oh, by the way, and I want to mention, I know Mr. Reyes, the guy with the hat, was here. We're finding that a lot of private schools are becoming victims of predators. Just like with him, it's probably a fake letter and it's damaging his business. But we're starting to see quite a bit of that, especially when schools are international. And you got to see the rates these people are taking them for. So
for predatory lending?
Oh no, predatory consulting.
Oh, consulting.
And, yeah,
sure.
It's gotten serious.
So I guess the elephant in the room is what's the appetite of ownership to maintain this operating loss, and how is that going to affect the current and future students if they decide that they want to cut bait?
Well, their commitment for the, I don't have the actual letter in front of me, it was before my time, but the letter from my conversations was to commit to the operations and support of operations for the next 4 years.
Do we have any of the data showing the financial resources available of those who are supporting parent company? Okay. So my question was, do we have the financial data related to the parent company? Because if we're examining this in a silo, then it's not sustainable, right?
I agree.
Obviously, we're not examining it in a silo, but we don't have the information for what exists outside of that silo. So,
and those are the ones that we're requesting from the parent company.
yeah. And I get their reluctance. We have that at the board very often, parent companies refusing or not wanting to send those over. I know that makes them uncomfortable, but it makes me more uncomfortable to have students enrolling in a 7-digit loss a year without knowing someone's appetite to support their success. I mean, that's really what I'm thinking of. I hope you can appreciate that.
And in one of our preliminary searches on complaints, their students have never complained.
Yeah. Commissioners, do you have any further discussion?
I think you hit the main points.
I'm probably going to want to add a contingency with the parent affiliates financials.
I'd like to make the motion.
Yeah, okay. I feel like it's prudent to ask a contingency on staff recommendations for financials of the parent provider, the benefactor who's supporting this reversal of this trend, if that's fair. And with that contingency, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny the applications for annual, but find substantive change issued through financial soundness with, wait?
I apologize. Just a clarification, should we add that the commission give compliance of those financials?
Yes, that would be nice, if you'd like to articulate that for the record.
Yes, I recommend that the commission also add a contingency that the executive director has delegated authority to assess the compliance of these additional financials with the financial standards in the rules. I believe that's standard 6.
All right. So then, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations for denial of the annual license, but find substantive change based on financial soundness, but provide the provisional licensure through March 31, 2024, with the contingency of the provision of parent financials that the executive director has authority to approve or disapprove?
So move.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stefano. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Whitaker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. I would leave you with a phrase from Roy Rogers, the cowboy, who said, "When you've dug yourself into a hole, stop digging." But I wish you the best, and I hope it goes in the opposite direction for you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on the agenda is Florida Career College, Miami, number 1792 et al. You guys are rolling deep today. Got the whole crew here.
I'm Tim Moscato. I'm the Regional Vice President of Operations for Florida Career College. I'm just going to have everybody introduce themselves.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Executive Director. I am Sanjay Sardana. I'm the CFO for Florida Career College and IEC.
Good afternoon. My name is Danis Ravelo, and I'm the Regional Director of Regulatory Compliance for Florida Career College.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Drucker, and I'm the Regional Director of Regulatory Compliance.
Good afternoon. My name is Dallas Cruz. I'm the Regional Director of Education.
Good afternoon. My name is Cherie Biles. I'm the Regional Registrar of Florida Career College.
Good afternoon. I'm George H. Hardy II. I'm the Executive Director of the Hialeah campus.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Greg Falcon. I'm the Executive Director of the Pembroke Pines campus.
Good afternoon. Last and certainly least, Aaron Mortensen, General Counsel, IEC and FCC. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here. Do you have questions or comments before the board discussion?
I do have some comments, if that's okay.
We welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. As Regional Vice President of Operations for Florida Career College, I'm proud to represent the students and the staff of Florida Career College and the 10 campuses that are here right in the state of Florida. First, we want to ensure you that you know how our students are being taken care of, considering the United States Department of Education allegations. Second, we'll provide an update and important context on the U.S. DOE denial of recertification of financial aid, which may include an alternative resolution to the denial. And finally, our annual renewal application is being presented today with an assessment of our financial soundness. So let me share some historical context. Florida Career College has been educating students in our communities for approximately 40 years. FCC's parent company, International Education Corporation, purchased FCC in 2014, and with the expedited approval of and the partnership with the U.S. Department of Education, at that time, FCC was a distressed asset. As the prior owner was facing bankruptcy, the purchase allowed FCC's campuses to stay open and thousands of students to continue with class. After taking ownership of FCC, IEC immediately infused over $10 million into campus infrastructure, including systems, physical plant, equipment, supplies, books, and human capital. Furthermore, IEC immediately eliminated FCC's online master's and bachelor's degrees programs to focus on short-term, hands-on, laboratory-based training and associate's degree programs that offer students a better chance of success in job placement. Since the acquisition, FCC has graduated 32,159 students and placed 19,350 students into jobs in their field of study. FCC is accredited by the Council of Occupational Education, and we train students in high-demand programs such as medical assisting, dental assisting, medical front office billing, computer networking, automotive technician, as well as heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. We do this at our 10 campus locations located in Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, West Palm Beach, Boynton Beach, Margate, Lauderdale Lakes, Pembroke Pines, Hialeah, and Miami, with a total of nearly 4,000 students currently enrolled. Through comprehensive career services, FCC also helps graduates secure entry-level jobs in their essential career fields upon completion of their programs and offer career services support for life. Our graduates continue to fill high-demand jobs to support the infrastructure right here in Florida. In the last year, 65.1% of FCC students completed their career training programs, and 76.4% of the students were placed in jobs related to their programs of study, which exceeds the accreditor standard of 70%, as well as this commission's minimum standards of 60%. Despite the department's decision, FCC continues to work in the best interest of our students. We immediately worked with the department to minimize the impact and disruption to our students' education by extending the date for discontinuation of Title IV funding from September 30th, 2023 to January 31st, 2024 for all currently enrolled students. This allowed FCC students to continue with their classes and access career services support for an additional 4 months. Although at significant cost to Florida Career College, the extension will allow us to provide student support and teach almost every student working through to completion of their respective programs. We're working collaboratively with students, faculty, staff, during this phase with open communication and good faith efforts. As of mid-May, 90% of the FCC students are still attending class and completing their programs, which I believe speaks to the quality that the students feel going to school at Florida Career College. We're still maintaining our equipment, we're still bringing and investing in supplies, technical labs, and we're still teaching, and we're open for all of our students. Moving on to the department matter specifically. On April 11th, 2023, the U.S. Department of Education issued its decision to deny Florida Career College's certification in the department's Title IV Student Financial Aid Program, citing alleged testing violations with the Ability to Benefit program. IEC and FCC respectfully but vehemently deny this allegation. It's important to note that prior to receiving the denial decision, FCC and IEC leadership were not afforded the opportunity of an administrative hearing to respond to the department's concerns. Though it was after the fact, the department did recently agree to host a meeting with IEC senior leaders. The meeting took place on May 12, 2023 in Washington, D.C. It was productive, and IEC was able for the first time to share our side of the story. We believe department officials now know more about who we really are, which is an organization genuinely committed to student success with integrity and that complies with all regulations and standards. During the meeting, department officials expressed an openness to working together to identify a resolution, something less extreme than shutting down FCC. They also indicated they'd be willing to continue discussions at another meeting following the submission of FCC's official request for consideration. We submitted our official request for reconsideration to the department with a draft to this commission earlier this week. Enclosed with the request were exhibits and sworn declarations from more than 285 witnesses, including former ATB students, proctors, and current and former employees. The basis for the department's denial decision is alleged ATB testing violations, and for those unfamiliar, the ATB testing process allows a student without a high school diploma or equivalent to receive Title IV student financial aid. To be eligible, the student must pass a department-approved ATB standardized test. As part of its ATB process, FCC contracted with an unaffiliated third-party testing administrator to be responsible for providing certified proctors for ATB tests at FCC campuses. The third-party vendor was responsible for employing the proctors, ensuring they were properly certified and trained, and for scheduling those proctors. The department alleges a few dozen instances of proctors helping students during the ATB test. The department then infers that these isolated occurrences were indicative of some sort of widespread systemic scheme by IEC and FCC. That is not the case, and the evidence simply doesn't support that assertion. Notably, out of more than 45,000 ATB tests administered at FCC over more than 7 years, the department cites 11 test takers who were allegedly assisted by proctors. This represents 0.02% of the total tests taken. Also, of that same approximately 45,000 ATB tests given, approximately 19,000 test takers failed the ATB test. This is consistent with the national average for ATB test pass rates, so if there were a systemic issue, you'd expect to see it reflected in the overall numbers. You'll see a tremendous amount of detail in our request for reconsideration, so I won't go over that at any length any further here. What I hope you do see in our submission is who we are as an organization, one that is built on compliance and serving our students. And we have a track record of doing that. Since the acquisition, FCC has demonstrated strong compliance and student outcomes. In the past 2 years alone, FCC has hosted 11 campus reaccreditation visits without a single finding, and with commendations in student resources and facilities, and successfully closed the 2015 Department of Education program review. Both the state of Florida and FCC's accreditor COE have visited FCC dozens of times in the past 3 years, with exemplary results. Most visits have been without a single finding. In 2022 alone, FCC received 24 visits by CIE and COE agencies with 0 findings. All site visits included full access to campuses, its students, its staff, its faculty, and across all programs. By the department's own most significant compliance and quality measures, the last recorded cohort default rate is 0% for FCC. Our composite score in 2022 was 2.9. Our 90-10 compliance score in 2022 was 74.26. Financial aid audits resulting in 0 findings. These results show Florida Career College excels in these quality measures. We are able to perform this well because FCC has a culture of compliance and a reporting infrastructure at the campus, regional, and national levels that includes, to name a few, student and employee ethics hotlines, student grievance procedures, quarterly internal compliance audits, call monitoring and recording, continuous compliance trainings across all departments, multiple levels of financial aid compliance and review, and employee, student, and graduate surveys. My last point is this. We don't claim to be a perfect organization. IEC and FCC are comprised of human beings who occasionally make errors in judgment not aligned with the training, policies, procedures, and practices of the organization. When these rare situations come to our attention, they're dealt with quickly and severely. FCC has a no-tolerance policy for compliance violations. Given that, even if all the examples provided by the department are accurate, and we have provided substantial evidence in our request for reconsideration that the majority are not, these issues are clearly not systemic, and denial of Title IV recertification is vastly out of proportion to the circumstances. We hope to hear from the department soon with their response to our request for reconsideration. Until then, we'll remain focused on serving our students to the best of our ability. We understand the substantive change for our annual license renewal that is in front of you today based on financial soundness. FCC's parent company, IEC, is financially sound and has a very strong cash position. You do have financial statements in your packet, and our CFO, Mr. Sardana, is here with us today to elaborate or answer your questions around financial soundness. We can continue teaching and supporting our students as we complete the reconsideration process with the U.S. Department of Education. We would like to provisionally renew our license for FCC based on the substantive change. We are proud of what we do, and we believe in what we do. And we continue to do the right thing for our students here in the state of Florida. Of course, we'll continue to keep this commission updated upon further developments, and we appreciate you hearing us and we stand ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Well said, sir. Thank you for that in-depth and thoughtful sort of summary, if you will, of what's transpired. I've been following this personally, and applaud your vigor and your adamance in your defense. Commissioners, do we have questions or comments? So in a broader context, my thoughts run to eventualities, right? And part of me wants to say, what did you do, right? Because it was a disproportionate response, to use your words, right? And it makes me curious about how that transpires. And while the data you have does support that it's not systemic, that's not a good headline, right? And that's certainly not what grabs people's attention and not what they remember from what they read at CNBC or otherwise, right? And that's an uphill battle for you guys. But broadly speaking, even IEC has to have a long-term, cliff at some point where they start looking at what it's going to cost to fight the DOE. And I'm wondering at the boardroom, that you may not be able to say in this room, is there this long-term marathon commitment to the reversal, or do you anticipate some sort of mediated, regulatory response where you guys probably still take it on the chin in some way, but still get to operate? I mean, what's the long-term plan there?
So right now, our CEO, Dr. Fatiri, has said he's committed to Florida Career College and the students. It's an ongoing process that we're engaged in, but I've heard nothing other than we support you and we're going to support the students. I don't know if if Aaron or Sanjay, if you guys had anything to add.
Thank you, Tim. I just want to say that in 2014, when we were able to consummate the acquisition of Florida Career College, the company was, we had roughly 8 weeks to make sure that the students were taken care of and the deal was completed. At that point, we worked in the best interests of our students. We funded payroll for a company that we had not acquired yet. We paid for student supplies, we paid for books, and immediately upon the approval of the sale by the bankruptcy court, we invested literally $10 million almost immediately into the company. We look at student support and student success with the same view that we did in 2014 and 2015. And our CFO, Sanjay Sardana, is going to be able to speak just a little bit more about the financial commitment to the students in Florida. But leadership at this company has been the same since 2014. Our senior leaders remain the same. Our ownership remains the same. Our commitment to Florida students remains the same.
Yeah, based on the documents we provided, our balance sheet, our income statement, our cash position is very strong, our balance sheet's very strong. I can't comment on how many years this will go on with the department. We're hopeful that once they read our reconsideration request and response, that it'll turn positive. That's my hope here. And so we're taking it month by month, but at this point we are fully committed in helping our students graduate and at least moving through the January 31st, 2024 date that the department's given us an extension until.
Do you know the percentage of your revenue from Title IV funding off the top of your head?
For Florida Career College, it's
Yes.
about 60 million for the past
No, the
year.
percentage of your revenues that come from Title IV, which has been removed.
Oh, sure. For all of IEC with FCC only?
No, I mean just Florida Career
About
College.
20%.
20%.
Correct.
So you have 80% of your revenue stream intact?
That's correct.
And what are those made up of? I expected you
So
to say a
it's-
much higher number.
Yep, it's mostly UEI College is the bulk of it, as well as SAGE, as well as US colleges. So, and SAGE and US colleges don't derive any Title IV.
No, so I'm sorry, maybe I need to rephrase my question. What I'm saying is, but is SAGE a subsidiary of Florida Career? Or
Partially. It's partially of the IEC US Holdings, which holds both FCC and SAGE.
Okay, I'm just trying to land on of your 100% of revenue, regardless of where it may come from, was only 20% of that actually Title IV funding?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Clarification, are you answering based on the parent company,
IEC.
IEC?
That's
or-
correct, yeah.
I believe his question is,
Yes. that is
within
my
the
question.
scope of Florida Career College, what percentage of Florida Career College's revenues are derived from Title IV funding?
I see. Thank you for that clarification. So last year, our revenues were about 83 million, and about 65 or so came from Title IV. The rest of it came from either military or WIOA or other sources or Florida State Grant.
I think Mr. Moscato previously said 74%.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's the 90-10 ratio, 74-26, yeah.
So 64 million of that came from Title IV.
That's right.
Painful to point out that your total expenses of your financial, portfolio, or so your financial performance across those 10 is exactly 64 million. So
Yeah,
it literally paid all of your expenses, which means now all of your expenses have got to be covered in some other fashion, obviously.
Well, with the pause in enrollment, we've already made some adjustments to that. So our marketing cost is now zero. Our admissions and student finance cost is fairly close to zero. So we've already adjusted some of those costs. And as students graduate, we'll adjust costs accordingly as well. So at this point, we are in a favorable position, at least through April and May. And then moving forward, it may flip, but we're watching that very closely.
Known by the company you keep, right, guys? That's tough. Well, look, I personally know what it's like to facilitate opportunity for people and then be vilified for that. I believe in this country you are innocent until proven guilty, and I'll go to my grave being proud that that is the rights given to us in the Constitution that not necessarily afforded to you guys out of the gate. Only after the headlines, right? Did you get to sit down and have this opportunity to present your case, is what I'm hearing?
Yep.
Well, you're famous.
We are. But we are confident in our response. We're confident in the meeting that we had with them that this will turn around in our favor.
Yeah. The amount of revenue you drive from Title IV being exactly what your expenses are for all 10 locations, that's tough, guys. That's a big uphill battle, and I don't envy you at all. I think you've got the grit for it, and I know you've got the financial backing for it. I'd like to see in future meetings how well that plan is coming around to mitigate your dependence or either facilitate getting back the revenue streams that you previously had, because no matter how much money IEC has, there's going to be a time, where they walk away from the table of that. And I don't think you're there. I think you're years away from there, right? I just want to be cognizant of that and just admit that there has to be a point where, can't keep pushing a boulder uphill forever.
That's a good point.
Obviously, you're in the infancy of this, though, right? The very, very early stages of getting this back, so. Let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. Are we still?
Yes, for procedural purposes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, do you have any other questions, any other discussion? No? Then do I have a motion of staff recommendation to grant the annual license for procedural purposes, but find that substantive change in financial soundness has occurred, and issue a provisional license, remain in effect through May 31st, 2024, et al., with some additional contingencies from staff there that you see in your agenda?
So moved.
Commissioner Cross, make the motion.
Second.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis. The motion carries. Oh, wait, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm terrible about leaving that part out. The motion then carries that you are granted your annual license with a move to provisional status
Thank
for
you
the
very
next
much.
year. Go fight the good fight, guys.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just for clarity of the record, we were making the motion of staff recommendations for all 10 under 2, which were all for Florida Career College. So we take those all at once then. And you guys sat back down. You didn't immediately run out the door as soon as that was done. That makes us feel special. If I'm correct, the next item at number 3 is Southeastern College, West Palm Beach, 1661.
There are two of them.
Yep, number 3 and 3A. 1661 and 2068. Hello.
Hello.
Great to see you, sir. Always a
Chairman.
pleasure.
Members of the commission, my name is Arthur Kaiser. I'm chair of Southeastern College. I'd like to introduce my leaders, Julia Corona Garcia, who is the executive director of Southeastern College, Dr. Edwin Delgado, who is the chief academic officer, and Melanie Balou, who is a CPA and our CFO.
Thank you for coming, everyone. Do you guys have comments or questions for the commission before discussion?
No, we'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Forgive us for the delay. There's a lot of data here. So we do have fiscal year in 2022.
Yeah, that's most recent audit.
I'm sorry?
Most recent audit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We see that here before us with substantial assets with negative working capital, which I imagine is the impetus for this conversation, right?
It is. We've submitted a cover sheet to the financials to explain what we're doing and why we're doing it. We do show a 2.0 composite score, which is the basis for the U.S. Department of Education's financial stability regulations. We also show a profit for last year. Part of this is the restructuring to meet the requirements of the Department of Education's current rules, the 1,000 pages that were issued last week in terms of gainful employment and financial responsibility and 90/10.
You guys been able to chew through those 1,000 pages in the past week?
Unfortunately.
I'm sure that was riveting. So what's the timeline on meeting the restructuring for compliance purposes and therefore the decrease in the investments that's associated with that?
You need to ask the Department of Education, but we have been on the last 2 years working in terms of increasing the quality, the level of the programs that we've been offering, and de-emphasizing some of the shorter-term programs that we had at Southeastern. We also have made significant investments in simulation equipment and in whether it be ultrasound, whether it be in X-ray technology, in new laboratories to meet some of these more advanced programs that we're offering to meet the gainful employment regulation. We also added, in terms of our 90/10, again, it won't show because we also have campuses in the Carolinas, investment in a cosmetology program, investment in an early childhood development franchise in order, again, to meet the 90/10 requirements. These are all proactive and we think will be very productive as we get through this year. But from a financial standpoint, we meet the requirements of the federal government. And one of the things that is a concern that you may have, because you've been using the quick ratio as a basis of financial stability, under the new audit guide, which we just went through, our leaseholds are now shown as a current liability in terms of a percentage prorated. And that's a significant number in terms of us trying to, many of the schools are going to have a problem meeting your quick ratio because of that inclusion in our audit and under cap. It might be something you want to look at when you go to your rules. No problem.
I'm trying to make sure I understand the full backstory. Thank you for your patience.
No problem.
So can we talk through the practical nursing program and what you guys have done there, just so we can understand your plans for changing the trajectory of that performance?
Well, we replaced, it was a program director problem, and we replaced that person.
People is the hardest part, right?
Correct.
When did that replacement occur?
Just this year in West Palm Beach. In the West Palm Beach campus, which is the campus for the PN program that's on probation, we just replaced that person this year.
This year?
This year, yeah.
Right.
In January.
How would you say things are going with
Things
the
are
new
going
person?
much better, right? We also incorporated a lot of the ATI testing as well as the HESI that we're using. So they're having to go through a green light process to get cleared, which is what we did in Miami Lakes. So if you look at we're incorporating, West Palm Beach is probably about a semester, 4 to 6 months behind what we did in Miami Lakes. And if you look at the results for the Miami Lakes campus,
Right.
those all came into line. So we're marrying that to make sure that it continues to do well.
And currently, overall, our testers for the year of 2022, we're currently at 77% for that cohort, which is very good, considering that, we ended the year last year in the 30s. And so this year, we're looking at that. What seems to have been driving down our scores a lot as well is that we have many students who graduated in 21, which was in the middle of the COVID, okay, and we had a lot of issues there and challenges. And so when they test for the first time and wait to test a year and a half later, they drive our scores down. So right now what we're doing, I'm mainly tracking our 2022 students, even though we are continuously working with our 2021 graduates in that program, helping them with HESI and virtual ATI and other items that we do, because we do offer those services for free, as well as paying for their retest as well. Because our goal is to get them licensed, obviously, so they can move on. But the 2022 groups are doing fairly well, especially in the RN side as well, because in March we started offering our capstone course, which we revamped and extended the period which the course entails. It used to be 8 weeks. Now it's a 16-week course for capstone, and we've included ATI, Lippincott, and other items on there. to help the students be reinforced in the classroom versus prior cohorts that were done, remotely or at home or taking the test elsewhere with no real proctor in the room. But now we're conducting those tests in the room and ensuring that they meet the requirements for endorsement before they graduate. So one of the requirements to pass the course is to meet the requirement, the green light, what they call, an ATI, for us to endorse them. And so those moves that we've done there have seemed beneficial. I'm happy to report that the class that just graduated from Miami Lakes under that new revamped course, our first graduate passed their test actually yesterday. And so we're hopeful that will be a continued trend.
Well, and all the associated costs with the investment in the in-person are part of the absorption of working
Absolutely.
capital that is represented here.
Yes.
So you're not losing money, you're investing it.
Investing it, yes,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And and also we just had our recent visit with ASIN accreditation for Miami Lakes and their RN program, and they were fully accredited or recommended for full accreditation with no findings.
All right. So I'd like to make a motion that, regardless, we're granting the termination of the cloud information. Yeah. Right. I'd like to make a motion to revise the staff recommendation, right? To approve this application for annual licensing, and will allow the director to speak through the contingencies associated with that.
So the updated staff recommendation will to be grant termination of the Cloud and Information Technologies Diploma, Cloud and Information Technologies AS, Emergency Medical Services AS, Pharmacy Technology Diploma, and Pharmacy Technology AS programs. Grant the annual license with the following contingencies. 1, submission of an updated faculty listing form to include current license information for all instructors. 2, submission of the retention and placement improvement plan submitted to the Accrediting Commission of Career Schools and Colleges for the Business Administration Diploma, Diagnostic Medical Sonography, and Practical Nursing programs. 3, submission of accreditation renewal documentation with the Commission on Accreditation of Allied Health Education Programs. The contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the Commission office within 30 days of the clerk's order. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application. We are also recommending a progress report. The report shall include an update on the outcome of implementing the strategies to increase the NCLEX pass rates contained in the Nursing AS and Practical Nursing Diploma remediation plans, and those progress reports shall be filed with the Commission for September 2023 and January 2024.
And that revised recommendation would apply to 3 and 3A. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
So, outstanding. Commissioner Cross, Commissioner Whitaker. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and opposed? The motion to grant all of that the director just read.
Thank you,
is
Mr. Chair.
approved.
Thank you.
I'll let you articulate that then.
Commissioners, and for the record, I also recommend that the commission explicitly delegate authority to the executive director to assure compliance with those contingencies.
Do you need a motion for that, Counselor?
Yes, please. I would strongly recommend it.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioners Cross and Commissioners Taylor Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, in addition. All right, number 4, Sunlight Healthcare Academy Longwood 7907. If you are from this institution, please step to the podium and introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Erna Sinatus McCabe, Program Director. Good afternoon, Florette Shunich, I'm sorry, CEO and Executive Director.
Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Do you have any questions or comments for the commission before we discuss?
Not at this time, no.
No? All right. Commissioners, you have the floor for discussion or questions.
See the head count enrollment in 21-22 is at 37. Are you guys, have you increased since then?
Yes.
How many students currently?
We have 47.
47.
So the financials we have ended August 31st of last year, so we're coming up on a year. Can you tell us a little about how your school's been performing since the data that we have in front of us that ended in August of last year? Enrollments, et cetera, any changes? What's been happening that we can't see on the data we hear?
Okay. The enrollment process has been great. We advertise on all the social medias. We did some radio and we did streaming with TV stations, and we've been getting a lot of phone calls. And we recently approved with the WIA program, Career Source, that been sending students to us, so we should be doing pretty well this year.
Which districts in Career Source were you approved on their TPO?
Orange County.
Orange? I've been denied by them 4 times, so
Well, we've been denied for the RN program, but we got it for the LPN.
So do you feel like your enrollments, because you were saying that that process was going well, is more this year than it was that we're seeing here, so you're expecting a better financial performance as well?
Yes.
Have you been forced to bring on additional expenses with those additional enrollments?
Yes.
Was that painful? You kind of see the look on your face there.
It was painful because I had to get a pay cut so I can.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I had to get a pay cut so that I could bring more staff and do more advertising.
Commissioners, do you have questions or comments here?
When we look at the data, hello there. When we look at the data, placement rate is NA for 21 to 22. What has been your placement rate, or what is your current placement rate?
It was NA or 0 because we didn't have a graduation, but the last graduation was in December, and we do our clinical, most of the clinical rotation at Lake Monroe Hospital, and most of our students been placed there. They had offered them a job before they graduated. Some of them started as a CNA, and some of them already in the residency program, and so the placement been great.
Do you have a percentage of what that is?
Give me just.
Okay.
All right, if there's no further discussion. Oh, sorry.
So I'm not very good with math, so I didn't do a percentage, but we had. So we had 10 graduates and 8 of them been placed for the RN. And the LPN, oh, that's 80% per Dr. Otero. And then what was for the LPN? None for the LPN so far. We have 4 of them that work where they used to work already, but they haven't been tested yet, LPNs.
Thank you.
You satisfied? Any other discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, do I have a motion to grant staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Whitaker, Commissioner Taylor Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Before we go into the next session, I'm hoping you guys might grant us a 5-minute reprieve and to come right back and finish with the religious colleges and sworn affidavits. Is that fair?
Fair.
Very quickly? All right. Let's take 5 minutes and come back to section N. All right. Let's bring this thing down the home stretch, shall we? We are absent. There he is, Dr. Savano. Counselor. Since we have no agent training programs, item N is the last on our agenda, religious colleges sworn affidavits. There are 69 religious institutions sworn affidavits submitted. Do I have a motion to take these items by consent? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to take this section by consent passes. I'll now ask each commissioner whether there are items they would like to pull. I don't know that Commissioner Marty is with us anymore. Looking at myself on TV over there, the camera really does add 10 pounds. So, Commissioner Whitaker.
No.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis, Commissioner Stefano.
May I ask staff a few questions?
Yes.
All right. So, the Catholic University of New Spain, Miami, has degree programs without religious qualifiers, but they state online that they're also accredited by ACIS. Do they have multiple?
What number, Dr. Stefano?
I'm sorry, it's number 8. And you could go to cuta.university.
And Dr. Stefano, if you have concerns about any of them, we can pull them, and then we can further review them and request the college provide justification.
Okay. I don't know if
To answer your question, I apologize. If you're, to answer your question, to be exempt from our jurisdiction, which is what, which is the purpose of the sworn affidavit, all of their degrees have to have a religious qualifier, regardless of whatever other accreditation they have.
So I'm assuming you want to pull number 8?
Yes.
Are there others?
I have additional questions. So, number 29, they advertise online degree programs in a college of business as well as in a college of sports science, but they qualify it in parentheses stating pending Board of Regents approval. Presuming that the moment that's approved, that would require approval from this commission, I would imagine, since the degrees are not with religious qualifiers. So I would imagine that's worth looking into.
I don't think it's quite that the degree would have to be approved by the commission, but just that it would certainly call into question their exemption from the commission's jurisdiction.
Thank you. I think number 61, I think, falls in a similar category. A series of degree programs that don't have religious modifiers. And I do not wish to call this one into, I do not wish to pull this one, but just make a comment. Number 12, their degrees do have religious qualifiers, but it always raises the question for me about the limitations of the current statutes, where they have, for example, a PhD in Christian clinical psychology. How far is that removed from a Christian nursing or Christian medicine? it raises questions about the quality of the quality control of graduates and the kind of clinical practices that they may undertake as a result of that degree. So I just wanted to state that, but it does have a religious modifier, so I do not wish to pull it.
It's my understanding that the religious qualifiers, and assuming that the institution complies with the other requirements of that particular section of Chapter 1005, might exempt them from our jurisdiction, but would not necessarily exempt them from the jurisdiction of other state agencies. So if you were offering a medical degree, but called it, Christian medicine, okay, a Christian medical doctorate, if that, this is just only an example, if that in fact corresponds to the statutory definition of the practice of medicine, even if they were for some reason exempt from our jurisdiction, they would not be outside the jurisdiction of the Board of Medicine, according to my interpretation of Florida law.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So we want to pull those three for further discussion. And Commissioner Cross, do you have any you'd like to pull?
No.
No. So what I circled was number 8, number 29, and number 61. Commissioner Stefano, is that correct?
Number 8, number 29, and 61. Yes, that's correct.
Director, do you have any poll?
46 and 51.
46.
46 and number 51.
Bingo. All right. Dr. Stefano, do you have additionals?
No.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 69, except for 8, 29, 46, 51, and 61?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries to accept staff recommendations. And now, let's pull Catholic University of New Spain, Miami. I do think that merits a discussion. Commissioner Stefano, thank you for bringing that up. Anybody from there in attendance? All right. Mr. Stefano, I think what you said was that there are non-religious related degrees being granted there. If there's a better terminology for that, please correct me.
Well, I think there's non-religiously related degrees granted in a lot of these institutions, but there's explicitly a non-degree, or there's a program without a religious modifier in the name of the degree. Yeah.
Right. So does this body have the right to audit the programs prior to our acknowledgement that they do not fall within our jurisdiction?
We'll pull them and we'll review it to see if it is within our jurisdiction. If we determine it is within our jurisdiction, we will not grant their affidavit, and then we will require them to be licensed with us. So
Exactly. Okay, that makes sense.
it'll just be separate uses pulled.
I'll let you repeat that.
So number 8 will be pulled by staff, and we will review that and provide the appropriate response.
All right. We move to number 29, John Melvin Christian University, Pensacola. No, we're going to do those the same way? We could do all of those the same way unless, Commissioner Stefano, you wanted to speak specifically about the other two, if it was a variance in some way that merited discussion.
No, I mean, if someone's here representing those schools, I mean, we should give them the opportunity to come up, but if no one's here, then I think we should just proceed.
All right, well then when we ask, is anyone here from John Melvin Christian University, Pensacola, from CIE Ayurvedic Institute in Hollywood, Simple Ayurveda School in Tarpon Springs, and United States Institute of Language and Clerical Studies in Ocala? Okay.
I also would advise the commission that this same process is being applied to those ostensibly religious schools which were pulled at the March meeting. We will soon be sending out letters requesting clarification on a number of issues related to those. I think it was about a dozen or so schools that were pulled at the March meeting.
Commissioner Stefano, for my own edification, which program within number 8 at the Catholic University of New Spain were you speaking specifically? Is it we're talking about like a business administration degree or something?
I will, right now.
College of Business.
So there's a Bachelor in Social Work. And that's it for that one, which I think was, minor. The other one was the larger possible concern.
I'm sorry, where do you see a bachelor, what's the website that we're looking at?
CUTA.university/our-programs.
CUTA?
Yeah. University/our-programs.
That looks like a different institution. There's one that's called Catholic University 3 Americas.
So, Catholic University of New Spain is the one that.
Although this one might also be problematic because it's located in Miami.
I'm sorry, that's number.
To be clear, that is number 9.
That's number
just
9.
below.
My apologies.
Oh, it's number.
It wasn't on our pulled list, but that one, I believe, is the one you're on. Director, can I inquire of the level of scrutiny of the programs as it relates to their religious nature prior to making this agenda? I'm unsure of what kind of vetting they go through other than a sworn affidavit.
So when they submit to us for a sworn affidavit, we have our individuals, they look through these, they come on front of the agenda, and we will pull the ones at the table that we are concerned with. And then upon pulling these, we will research the issue, and we will reach out to and send letters to the institutions to ask them for justifications for certain questions that we may have for them.
Okay.
Does the commission wish to also pull number 9?
No, I believe it was a mistake to state number 8. Number 9 is what was intended.
Does the commission wish to, by motion, then approve the affidavit of number 8 and pull number 9? And let's name the institutions.
Right. So to have a motion to approve the affidavit for number 8, Catholic University of New Spain, Miami, and pull Catholic University of 3 Americas, Inc., Miami.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We'll pull 9 instead of 8. And I do think that it's for a Rules Committee discussion of the chronology of the scrutiny. Feels as if someone could easily slip past non-religious studies via that attestation or affidavit, whatever they're providing us. And I don't know that the commission has the opportunity to visit 69 websites and go through those up front. So I'm assuming, other than that affidavit, are they providing a list of programs that are being offered? Well, we'll make that conversation in Rules Committee for what we have the power to request.
Something
If
else.
indeed we're determining that they don't fall under our jurisdiction, then we should be able to see that, right?
Something else that's been an issue, in my opinion, as council, is the way that we define compliance with the provision that the degree titles contain a religious modifier. It appears to me that on its face, the modifier should be in the degree title, Associate of Arts, Bachelor of Arts. Historically, the commission has allowed the modifier to be in the major of the degree. So you don't have to call it a Christian Bachelor of Arts, but you can say a Bachelor of Arts in such and such Christian studies. That might be something to consider.
The individual class itself didn't have the modifier, but the major that it was.
The degree, arguably for many, if not the majority of these programs, of these schools, the degree itself, the statute says each degree title must include a religious modifier that immediately precedes or is included within any of the following degrees. And then it says Associate of Arts, Associate of Science, Bachelor of Arts. That looks to me that the modifier has to immediately precede those or be within, Associate of Christian Science, if you're Mary Baker Eddy, but, Associate of Hindu Science, or Hindu Associate of Science, but not an Associate of Science in Hindu Studies. That looks to me, but historically the commission has taken a more liberal, a much broader construction of that statute. It could be the cause of some confusion.
Well, then we're going to poll 9, 29, 46, 51, 61 for further scrutiny, and the remainder of that discussion can happen in Rules Committee.
Correct.
Fair enough. Have we captured all of this in motion already?
Yes. We did capture the motion. Yes, we did.
All right. If we captured all of that in motion, that would complete section N. And section O is agent training programs, of which there appear to be none. And item number 7 is recess. Consideration of agenda items is in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. And we will begin the previously noticed Rules Committee meeting in 15 minutes. All right, so at 4 o'clock. Then we are in recess.
Okay. You can hear me anyway. I'm waiting. Um,
All right, we're going to call this to order and begin Rules Committee. Ms. Risa, the floor is yours. I think you're prepared there.
Yes, yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Risa Rudolph, and I'm the Assistant Executive Director for the Commission. And welcome to our Rules Committee. The hour is late. We've had a long day. I am going to keep it as short as I can. We're going to be casual and interactive here. I wanted to make sure everybody's aware that the Florida legislature recently passed a 114-page bill that had a couple of provisions in it relating to CIE. That was Chapter 2023-39, Laws of Florida. We're going to need to promulgate some rules in response to the provisions that were made. So I'm going to introduce that process here, quickly go over some of the rulemaking tasks, and talk to you about a tentative schedule because there's some real scary deadlines in the rulemaking process and tons of forms we're going to have to fill out. And then we'll talk a little bit about the actual provisions that you, the commissioners, because you are the Rules Committee, all the commissioners. Just talk about the duties that you are going to have over the coming months. Hold on a minute. There we go. And I'll go quickly as I can. I just want to remind you, in its simplest form, rulemaking consists of drafting the rules, providing notice to the public, which is very important for transparency, accepting public comment, and then filing the rule for adoption. That's overly simplistic, but that's it in its essence. And again, you are the Rules Committee. Chapter 120 governs this rulemaking process. Just added that for a point of reference. Okay. You have had a pretty exhaustive previous PowerPoint done by Jenna Parton on the rule development. She did an excellent job. I've squeezed it into 2 screens, so it's going to be quick and dirty. This is the typical process. Staff will draft rules for review and comment, and then a notice of rule development will be published in the FAR 14 days before the commission meets. The committee meets. The Rules Committee is going to meet, and they're going to approve or they're going to modify those drafts. And when those drafts are finally approved by the Rules Committee, they will go to the full commission. The commission will vote, and then hold on a minute. And then hold on a minute, did I just screw that up? And then the staff draft, notice of published. Rules Committee meets and modifies and approves that draft, and then it goes to the full commission. After the full commission approves it, the rules packet is prepared, and it's submitted to the State Board of Education for approval. The rule goes to a legislative committee called the Joint Administrative Procedures Committee. We call it JAPC, for review at the same time. After State Board approval, the rule is filed with the Department of State, and it then becomes effective. So that is quickly the rulemaking process in a nutshell. I think it's important to mention to y'all as Rules Committee members and commissioners that once we begin this process, commissioners cannot be discussing this rule among themselves unless it's at a publicly noticed meeting. Okay.
So that's the quick version.
That was just a reminder because, yeah.
Just making
Something quick and dirty. Okay. This is the State Board of Educating meeting schedule. This is going to sort of act as the whole framework for when we could even possibly be on a state board meeting. They are meeting for the rest of 2023 3 times. July 19th, there is no way, since we have not even begun drafting rules for purposes of the legislation that passed. Those materials would have to be due by June 8th, and that's to DOE. These are internal deadlines, so that's not probable at all. The August 23rd meeting, you see that the final rule language would need to be due July 13th. if we are thinking about having rules that may tentatively be effective by the end of this year, December 31st, 2023, we would need to have that language in front of the commission at the July commission meeting. And as you can tell, for the August 23rd meeting, the materials would be due before we meet. So, and that would really be pushing things. So that probably is not a consideration. If there is not a lot of back and forth, if the rulemaking process moves fairly smoothly, and we have all the parties reach consensus and we have few challenges, the October 18th meeting looks like it could be a possibility. Final rule language and materials would be due within the Department of Education on September 7th, and the actual materials for the October 18th meeting would be due September 28th. This is like this would be if we have a best case scenario. Typically, the rulemaking process can take months. There can be some hearings, there can be back and forth, but that is a possibility and a goal for you, the Rules Committee. Let me see where I am. So here would be the schedule if we want to consider a goal of making that October 18th meeting and rules being effective by the end of December. And this is something we as staff have gotten together and discussed. Staff would draft language and disseminate that language to stakeholders for review well before the July Commission meeting so that we could get input, and that is permissible. You can actually be drafting legislation before you even have a workshop notice. And then the Rules Committee, which typically meets the day before the regular commission meeting, or like in this case, after the first day has completed, the Rules Commission could meet during the July Commission meeting, which I believe is almost always the end of July, that last week, and approve these drafts. The next day at the full commission meeting, the full commission could approve those final drafts. That then it would come back to us, the staff, and the rules packets would be prepared and reviewed by the Department of Education staff. Chancellors have to review and, be okay with it. And we would provide it to JAPSI at the same time. Then we would make sure we got it to the state board meeting by the September 7th deadline for materials. We would be on the state board meeting, October 18th meeting for approval. Let me see if I have a slide in there. That is under a best case scenario. So we just wanted to present it to give you an idea of how much time it takes to do this under, like I said, a best case scenario. There's a lot of back and forth. There's some really tight deadlines here, and a lot of forms to fill out. A lot of this, frankly, is on us as staff to ensure that you, the Rules Committee, have all your materials in on time, and that's what we're here to do. So let's talk a little bit about what the actual topics or issues that this legislation poses for you as rule promulgators. The chapter 2023-39 authorized the following provisions that are going to require or authorize rulemaking. Under our Fair Consumer Practices statute, there is a new requirement for a written disclosure regarding educational obligations between students and the institution, and that's prior to enrollment. It includes disclosures on issues like fees and costs, refund policy, the required GPAs for programs, exit requirements, if any, and scope of accreditation, if applicable. The other issue there is going to be enhanced data collection. This new legislation included data accountability measures, which we have been talking, you, the Rules Committee, have already been talking about the need for it. These would be enhanced data collection. We would be required by rule to provide definitions of common data elements. And I believe a lot of that is going to be because there is a focus on this sector being more consistent with the public, university and public state college sectors in relation to how we collect data. And when you think about some of the goals that were set forth in the REACH Act, and you think about workforce development and having apples to apples instead of apples to oranges in terms of data collection, that makes sense. That legislation is also going to require that we have an annual reporting requirement of retention, graduation, placement rates. It looks to me like the new focus or something I don't know that we have collected yet. Maybe we do. I don't think so. Number of graduates by program. Do we do that? Okay, we just don't have it. We don't send it anywhere. It's just part of our database. Right. So, but the legislation would require that. So again, I think the goal on a lot of this would be consistency with what the public institutions are doing at this time, and that is new and created language. There is also language in relation to the commission having investigative duties relating to institutions that may need to be investigated to determine if they are compliant with Chapter 105, and also to determine if they're engaging in unfair or deceptive practices as found in Section 1005.04, Fair Consumer Practices. You know, this is more of an emphasis on the authority we may already have, but it's calling specific attention to it. We've had, for example, we've had probation on the books for a long time. It hasn't been in use, and this is just calling attention and putting a focus or a spotlight on a tool that can be in our toolbox to assist institutions in remaining accountable. The minimum standards that institutions are required to comply with for purposes of licensure are going to have a couple of additions. As part of the retention and completion standard, there's going to be a requirement for a retention and completion management plan. So you can just imagine promulgating a rule. The Rules Committee would need to detail, you know, what exactly that is going to be and what are the components of it and what the format is going to be. Also, as part of the admissions and recruitment standard, there's going to be a requirement for verification of high school graduation or high school equivalency or ability to benefit. And this goes along the lines of that issue on high school attestations that's been a problem. That will address, hopefully help with that situation. The legislation further authorizes rules establishing performance benchmarks to identify high-performing institutions. There was nothing in the legislation to connect that to anything, but it's law, so we'll need to come up with a rule on that. We are going to the legislation requires disclosure by licensed institutions of all programs now. This is just disclosure, not licensure. If an institution is offering licensed programs and also offering programs not under the jurisdiction of the commission, for example, avocational, contract training, professional development, those unlicensed programs are going to have to be disclosed to CIE. If an institution only offers those programs and is not under the jurisdiction of the commission because those are exempt programs, there will be no disclosure, if that makes sense. Anyway, and I think one of the most important provisions in this legislation is the requirement for institutional accreditation prior to the approval of pre-licensure professional nursing programs. So back to the public input. I think it's going to be very important for us to get input on all of these provisions, and it'll be up to staff to maybe work up some language. This is usually how we do it at CIE. We have the staff get started on just a foundational piece. We get input, you know, from our Rules Committee members, from stakeholders, consultants, the attorneys, the schools, their directors, and that's how the rulemaking process gets started and the drafts begin. So that's all. Those are the comments I had, and now I turn it back over, Chair, to the Rules Committee members for their comments.
It reminds me of that old joke of how do you eat an elephant, right? One bite at a time. I had to chuckle at you saying that was the quick version of the Rules Committee there. Sorry. So I don't know if the staff or executive director have a plan for how we tackle what is in law and then cascade those responsibilities down so that they're in something that's manageable or palatable for a group. Obviously, all of us aren't going to do everything.
So currently, staff will begin working on the base language, and like Raisa said, then we will split those out. So we're going to go line by line with what is now in the Florida statutes. So we'll take those out one by one and put basically right next to it that this is the rule that is going to be created because of this change. And that way it's very easy to understand. And then if we do need to kind of split that up between rule committee meetings, we'll be happy to look at that process. We do want the rules committee to see most of these because you as a commission will then be the ones that are voting on this as well. So we'll make sure that everyone is well aware of these rules as they're going through, because if you do have an interest in a specific rule, we want your input on it as well as public input.
Yeah, I would submit that as we familiarize ourselves with the requirements, that we look first at our existing rules and ways that those can be revised and or edited in some way to create the outcome that the law requires without the need to create a new rule that perhaps is redundant. And if I've said this once, I've said this 1,000 times, redundancy and consistency are opposing ideas. So the more we can look through our rules and eliminate redundancies, the more consistent the more consistency we can bring to not just the CIE itself, but everyone within this jurisdiction can fall, because if they're not repeating the same monotonous task over and over, it eliminates the opportunity for there to be mistakes and human error, et cetera. So, I would just think we should look maybe at our rules first and find these inefficiencies and redundancies that by virtue of eliminating them could simplify things and create this consistency and the quality outcomes that are required there before we dive into creating a rule for it. Sort of look at our own house and get that in order as part of the effort. And if rules need to be created, great. But if it can be accomplished by revising something that's in existence, less is more, right, in my opinion.
May I ask a question to the director here? First, for clarification, did I hear that institutions that are not under the CIE's jurisdiction may be required to provide information?
No, there is a provision that if you are a licensed institution and you are offering programs that are,
okay.
or I'm going to use the word exempt, but really not under the jurisdiction of the commission, the commission needs disclosure, not licensure, not registration, just disclosure of those programs.
It's of schools that are already governed by.
Already licensed institutions, yes.
Thank you.
So to answer your point, some of these we will look at our current rule, and these there can be revisions to current rule to put some of this in. So some of the things that the new standards shall include, we can already open the rule that we have and put these under certain rules that are already there. So it's not going to be a whole new rule for each one of these, but we will be looking at our current standards to make sure that that the current standards are either in line with the new rule, or if they are not, that they have been revised to be so.
Yeah, and to add to that, I always think it's good practice. Every now and then someone in Congress advocates for this, to take away regulations for everyone you add, right, to realize the importance of not continually to feed the system and to pile on, and it gets more and more, and then it becomes less manageable, and then the quality outcomes are suffer as a result. So there may be some opportunities for us to increase and incentivize licensees by saying, here are the additional reporting requirements that it's going to be required, but because these additional asks are going to be put on the table to potentially become rule, we're going to couple that with a downsizing or an elimination of a current ask so that you can, I mean, we all have limited bandwidth, right? There has to be a limitation to what we ask, and so we have to eliminate something if we expect to add something and get a quality output from it. Otherwise, we have a diminishing rate of return on the quality that we're producing because we have more items to tend to, and inevitably that means we're going to not have the good numbers that we're looking for. So it's part of me wants to make sure that we find opportunities to take something away and plug in a better option and use the bandwidth that was previously allocated to that for this better option.
Any additional questions?
How open, well, how is the conversation going to begin? Is it here's what we have to accomplish, or is it what are things that we should do anyway that we've already been talking about and thinking about that might accomplish some of those goals? Should we start with the things that we already know that we need to revise, and then go, hey, and also by virtue of doing this, it gives us one of the requirements that we have, and we already knew we needed to do that? Or should we start with, hey, here's what we got to accomplish, and then back into what those things are?
Back into it. So we know what we have to accomplish, so that will be our priority. We would love to, look at our rules and go through them and fix some of these things that are inefficiencies and that are not effective anymore. We will be doing that at some points, but for the purposes of this statute, we have to adopt rules to not enforce the statute, because the statute can be enforced alone, but that it tells us that we have to have rules promulgated. So we will do those first, and while we have it open, we'll be happy to look to see if there's other areas that we can touch, but our priority will be getting these done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, let me phrase that a different way. What I mean is, if there's an existing process that we already have that can be revised to produce the outcome that this law requires, does it still require that we promulgate a new rule, or can we just revise an existing rule that says now it yields that outcome?
We could revise an existing rule.
Thank you.
I made that a very long-winded speech for that.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that one right. It's late, and I missed my 2 o'clock coffee.
Shall we proceed as you proposed?
Did we propose something? Did we make a proposal?
I believe you said that you were going to read through them, and we were going to state what needed to be done. Is that correct?
Actually, I was trying to solicit comments from y'all on that would help us start this process. For example, I think the first step might be for us to create a document that starts with, this is the rule that needs to be, tweaked or created, and it's based on the following statutory provision that authorizes rulemaking. So to give y'all a map or a framework of what's in front of you. And if I might, just to respond to your previous comment, I know we've had work groups, we've had wonderful discussion in our previous Rules Committee meetings, but as Director Hurst said, this is going to have to take priority over some of the other projects. But, all along we have said that our rules need a comprehensive facelift. So I think a lot of those topics y'all talked about previously in the previous Rules Committee meetings could be addressed in this process, as well as the creation of new rule language. But I think if we can get a document out to frame this up for y'all. Also, I believe each of you was given a copy of the laws of Florida with the pertinent provisions. Forgive us for not giving you the 114-page bill. We didn't think you needed that at 5 o'clock on Thursday. you will be able to see the applicable sections. There really aren't that many sections, but some of the sections have more than one revision in them. It's not a hard read. We encourage you to read this so that you will be able to see exactly what existing provisions were amended and become familiar with the two created provisions in Chapter 1005.
Any additional questions?
What can we do to help you guys produce that? Or is there anything we can do to help you produce that document so that we can see it in a bulleted fashion is what I'm hearing?
Mic challenged today. It's on. If, with your permission, let us staff sit down and frame it up for y'all and get it out to you, and then we would love to get your comments. And with your permission, also to frame that up and go ahead and start looking at some language, start engaging stakeholders and folks who have interest. I know sitting out here today, we have some folks who are from nursing institutions with knowledge. I see some attorneys out here who need to give us some input, and we look forward to working with all the and consultants. And I think it's going to be very important to work with all of our institutions to come up with a product, like you said, that balances the burdens of accountability measures against our need as regulators to make sure students are protected.
And to add, if we are not able to do this in the July meeting to get all of this done, we will request that there are special meetings for the Rules Committee so we can make sure that this occurs in a timely manner.
If I may, when we create that document so that we understand what the law is requiring of us, can we also make sure that we're including an action of how this body is going to use that data as actionable data? Like you can't manage what you don't measure, but just because you measure it doesn't mean we manage it. So I'd love to see on that document, right, here's what we need, here's why we need it, and here's what we're going to do with it when we have it. I know we don't want to become a data repository just for the purposes of collecting it. Well, yeah. So for those of you who did have your 2 o'clock coffee, I think the commissioners have exhausted their questions. Would you like to join in this discussion of how we're moving forward? Would welcome comment. Counselor, anyone from FAFSA?
Everyone's saying, Bob, sit down, shut up. I think this is awesome that you're doing it and that you're doing it this way. It's perfectly the way to do it, especially the time frame you're thinking about. So I'm encouraged very much by that. I just want to make a couple comments. Especially, I won't comment about the legislation and how that happened and our interactions during the session with its author. But there's a lot to be done, very positive things to be done, and we think it can be. The only thing when you all have talked a lot about data, and data is very important. I mentioned to the chairman earlier when he said people are data. It really is true in 2023. The only thing that's always been a concern long term is however this is done in terms of rulemaking, is that we are not the public sector. I remember very clearly when the universities were told they had to go through all that performance funding, they fought it as hard as they possibly could. And it finally was accepted. Now they live in it. They get extra money when they do these performance things. And then the state colleges fought it. They were glad they were second and not first. They fought it immensely. But then it came up with, now they're under it, and again, they get money if they meet these performance things. The distinction is these institutions do not. So just keep in mind when you talk about data, it's very important. And this sector has always been about accountability, much better. I remember, you know, for example, state colleges never had placement offices. Not a one, not a one, until the legislature funded a thing called PBIF, Performance-Based Incentive Funding, gave them extra money if someone got a job. Next thing you know, how many community colleges had placement offices? Every one of them. So I say that only in the sense that when you do this data push, just make sure it truly is, as the chairman said, an apples to apples look. For example, cost. When you're talking about, this data will be used as comparisons to other sectors. It will be. And just make sure when you do that, that it's not just a reflection, for example, of what a tuition being asked for by an institution is what is the cost? Because, for example, there's so many programs that our institutions offer where the cost is very, very much like, and really many times less than what public institutions cost, their programs cost. Not what it costs a student, but the cost. So when you look at that data and knowing that it'll be used as comparison, to keep that in the back of your mind. I think you need an investigator. I think the department needs to release some funds and give you all access to an investigator to do your work properly. And the result is, it is. I mean, whatever happens, happens. I think you need that. As part of this process, you need to think about how you're going to do that.
Councilor, can I interrupt you for a second and ask you what you mean the purview of that investigator would be?
Purview of that investigator will be, I mean, you do on-sites, and the on-sites are very important. But an investigator is someone, to me, that could stop by the institution. It's not necessarily an on-site, but when there's a complaint, that they review that information, they have the skills to go out and maybe do some other kinds of things. I think that the director would be familiar as working as Inspector General. It's good to have someone able to go out and get those details that bring that back to the probable cause panels if needed, and then ultimately the commission. I just think you've relied upon staff who are incredibly qualified and capable and do everything they can, but I think someone assigned to that task would be very helpful long term. Again, it may not be a 40-hour week thing, but I think bottom line is be very helpful to you all.
But you don't mean that directly toward rulemaking capacity? No. Okay, just
no,
making sure I'm following you. Yeah.
As you do your rulemaking, the role of potential investigations is part of that, because a lot of this that came, in other words, the explanation for why these changes were made was because of what happened with the nursing schools. And so to me, just keep that in the back of your mind. And the last thing I'll mention is specifically about the provision that Ms. Rudolph talked about that dealt with continuing education. The legislation originally, the draft said that they would be required to be licensed, all even avocational programs licensed. Ms. Hood will remember this and several others may. There was a time at which this commission licensed all continuing education programs, and people who are not even schools would come and have to appear before the commission, 10 to 15 of them every meeting. It was a disaster. And so we're glad that they moved it back to just requiring disclosure. I don't think any of the institutions have a problem with that. Most institutions that I work with disclose that stuff in their catalogs, and they have it and so forth. And it's just as long as it doesn't get close to the point of being licensable, as was the original language, as long as it's just disclosure, I think you won't find any problem with that. So we would encourage you to go down that path. Any questions or thoughts or comments?
No, I think those are good suggestions, Councilor.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Dr. Beverly Bonaparte, nursing consultant and former dean, president, whatever the title is, for a number of nursing programs. My comment is really obviously about nursing and seeking the expertise of qualified nursing folks to advise the Rules Committee so that the information that you receive is not just from the people who stand at this podium, all different levels of quality and excuses and comments that they make. You need really quality information about, you need good information about what a quality nursing program should be like. And the other comment I'm making is to include the Board of Nursing, input from the Board of Nursing. Sometimes I feel that CIE and the Board of Nursing are not on the same page at the same time. You both want quality and excellence, but as I listen to some of the comments at the meetings, it doesn't always gel as well as it probably should. Just to put in.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I've personally witnessed someone saying they had to have their CIE license before they could be approved by the Board of Nursing, and the CIE saying that they had to have their Board of Nursing approval before they could have their CIE license. I've seen that happen in my tenure of the less than 12 months already.
Somebody wants to
Oh,
speak.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see you behind the TV. Come on.
My name is Ann Bouchard, and I'm an educational consultant. My degree is as an education specialist. So as far as the curriculum benchmarks, and having owned my own institution as well, I notice that some of the programs that come forward, creating the benchmarks is going to be a little bit different for every program. So as you look at those things, you know, does the commission tie it down tight, or do we look at benchmarks that are kind of put out there by the curriculum frameworks by the state, that we finish this portion before we go to this portion, before we go to this portion? That way, some of the things that you all have sat and looked at, I noticed that the schools can't answer where the problem is within the school. And if the benchmarks are set correctly, then as a student progresses through, easily you'll be able to tell if they cannot pass or they cannot make it to the next section. And typically schools have programs that are set up so that they build into other programs. If a student is going towards a specific program and they can't make it past a certain part, chances are part of the curriculum that they've already taken can be transferred into another program so that you get the outcome that you're looking for. The student has paid money, the student has got an education, the student can move forward, and your retention is there, and it's a win-win for the student, but it's a win-win for the school and for the state. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's almost 5. You still have the tie on.
Bob and Mark do too, though. So
Yeah,
and Eric's got one too.
Bob sleeps in his, though. He never takes it off.
Well, Bob's tie is nicer. Bob's tie is nicer than mine too. So
I gave him mine.
I just wanted to reiterate. In fact, Brisa and I were talking about it at the break earlier. The association stands by, ready to help any way we can. I think that from a standpoint of stakeholder input, I think we can probably help that process go significantly more quickly just because we have access on a daily basis to a good portion of your licensees. And we want you to be successful, and we want it to be a process where, you know, again, it's going to be a balancing act, and I'm totally on the same page. I'm as libertarian as you can be. I'm a less government guy, so if we can streamline some things in the process, nothing would make me happier, but I do know that we need to obviously fulfill the requirements of the statute, and we'll do whatever we can to help. I think everybody on staff has my phone number, and I think I'm going to try to get with Ms. Hurst here after the meeting. So if anything we can help, please let us do so.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you're as excited as I am over the prospect of having parity between measurement of outcomes for public institutions against private, because I understand why the public institutions want this parity, but I think they're going to regret having those results brought forward. And I'm excited about that, and you guys have played a significant role in that. So I welcome that opportunity. I would put my results of my schools next to any public institution who's trying to run a similar program any day of the week. Bring it on.
Well, we sit on the Talent Development Council as well with all of the public schools and universities. And yes, the dashboard is, from an informational standpoint, certainly skewed in the direction of the public schools. But we're obviously, through this law and through your rulemaking process, I think that we'll see a more apples to apples comparison. And there may be some surprises.
Well, the obvious next step for me personally and probably professionally, because I don't have an objective opinion, is to say if I'm going to be held to the same performance metrics, then I should have the same opportunity to be rewarded for that performance and create a true meritocracy.
I will turn the microphone on again because I turned it off. Absolutely right. I think that our programs and our schools have been somewhat unfairly excluded from a lot of the funding sources that are available to the public schools. And once we can hopefully utilize some of the data that you guys are collecting to prove that our schools are doing the same type of work, and again, just using nursing as an example, once the legislature figures out that we're being truthful when we tell them that this population of schools is producing almost 50% of the nurses in the state of Florida, maybe they'll change their tune as far as some of the funding goes. And that was just using one example. There are hundreds of them. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for being sensitive to my desire to allow the private sector to operate unimpeded. And I think that, the truest sense of capitalism is when everything is voluntary, right? When there are no regulations, right? So that's why I press for that. And I don't mean to grandstand on that issue. I don't want this body to stand in the way of the very thing we're meant to facilitate by creating just inefficiencies and redundancies and then overlapping more before we, get our own house in order. So I don't mean that in an indictment on anybody here. I think we all see it, and that's why this board is brand new last year. So I appreciate that. Thank you for those comments, and we will work with you guys.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again. And all we're looking for is a level playing field. I think Bob will tell you in probably 100 different legislative meetings that we had this last session. What's your number one ask? A level playing field.
Anyone else? We'd love to hear from you. Lynn, do you have something? Oh.
She's not representing a school.
Lynn, you're not representing a school, correct? At this moment, are you representing a school when you're speaking about the rules? Then you can speak.
It's usually automatic, guys. Come on. Nancy Bradley and I, former commissioners, and would be more than happy to help in any of the rulemaking process. We have very recent commissioner experience, as you know, and we also originally participated in the rulemaking process back in 2003 or whatever that was. So we do have familiarity and expertise and have availability to help. So thank you.
Do you have anything from the beautiful or talented Jose Otero?
Is that what that was out there?
Yeah.
It was a little weird. Yeah. I shared with Bob that he hit on something that was like very dear to me. I was a CTE teacher many moons ago. I've been doing this 37 years. And because I started then, believe it or not, automotive teacher. Still have my license. In those days, they gave it to you for life, right? And still into hot rods. I used to do bro stocks and all of that. But the reality of the matter is I remember paying $365,000 on my college bills with my hands. Never took student loans, never took money from anybody and paid it through. And that's the kind of stuff that makes reality, right? So at this point, and this is something that was told to me many, many years ago. One of my mentors said, how do you take a mechanic and make him a doctor? And I said, that's impossible. right? This was me, a lot more hair. And he says, no, it is possible. What if you extend time to eternity? I said, anybody can do anything with enough time. He says, then let's work on the process of time. And one of the things that Bob said kind of clicks. If we start putting more things in way and not addressing the actual issue, we're just extending time, and student never finishes, never gets to where they need to be, and we actually impede our own initiatives. So I think we just need to be cognizant of that as we do this. And I'm sure everybody has this, I mean, we're all on the same page. But Trey said it, if we, take something and we tweak it and make it work for current times, that'd be better than to have to reinvent the wheel, because obviously training, learning, and then we have to test it. And we won't know for an entire, maybe 10 years before what we're doing works. So
Yeah.
that's...
It's an interesting thought, and Troy, I'd love to get your thoughts on this, because we're talking about two different things in a way. So obviously there are rules that need to be made, regardless of whether those are new or whether it's a revision of an existing rule. But then we have to take those rules as a second thing, and we have to execute them on an ongoing basis, and collect the data and measure and create actions from that data. So I'd be interested to hear the director and the staff, and don't answer this now, to put some thought toward, what do you spend the majority of your time doing? And then put another list together of the things that you do, what creates the most quality impact? And if the things are not on both of those lists, then one of those things needs to go, right? Because if you're spending the majority of time on something that doesn't create a quality impact, then we have massive amounts of brilliant people in this room's bandwidth that could be focused on the new rules that are meant to bring parity and quality about. So look, I know that there is a lot of information in there that is gathered, or at least was gathered for a reason, but I'm going to give you a small insight into this. Very, very simple, and it's completely irrelevant to, Risa, what you were saying about the rules and what's required. If you have a certificate of occupancy, it means you have a fire inspection. Full stop. So if you have a certificate of occupancy, it means you have a fire inspection. So if we're asking them for a CO, why are we asking them for a fire inspection? And I'm just using that to illustrate a redundancy and an inefficiency and a time waste of something that we're not actually producing a quality result with, because you can't get a CO from the building inspector without that inspection being in place. And it's tiny and it's small, but it's indicative of what I'm trying to say, is I think, I love working with you guys, and there's so much I have to learn from you all, and I would love to see what could happen if we could free up that bandwidth during or after or whatever, concurrently with our rulemaking efforts, to unleash the power of the solidarity that we have here, because I feel very culturally aligned with you guys in our commitment to student success. I really do. And that excites me, and I hope that we can find a way to sort of unleash that and nurture it over time.
Exciting. It seems like we're somewhat constrained by ensuring that I wouldn't say constrained, but I think that we're given structure by the rule of law, and ensuring that that is implemented in the most optimized way. And so I think that any conversation of taking away or adding is a question of optimization within the implementation of the statutes.
Yeah, great.
Right. And true, we want to look at where there are bottlenecks and where there is optimization opportunities that are actionable. At the same time, figure out ways of streamlining and making things more sustainable for institutions. And I think part of that is in rules. Big part of that is going to be leveraging technology to make that more feasible for everyone, and automating what can be automated, streamlining things, allowing institutions to have a submission portal that can give automatic checks, and sophisticating our feedback to perhaps having a spectrum of indicators of different quality measures. So, here's a vulnerable kind of status, a coping status, a healthy status on, financial health, on, student retention metrics, et cetera. And perhaps the scores or amounts or ratios that demarcate those various kind of ranges can fluctuate as we identify what should be comparable measures. But it would at least give institutions actionable information that's meaningful to them in addition to meaningful to us for accountability. So we want to make sure it's serviceable to them as well as in service of accountability.
One of the coolest things, we use QuickBooks at my business, and one of the coolest things that they do that is free is they compare your industry against others who are in with your business with others within your industry autonomously. They don't tell you who they are, but they can show me where my labor percentages and my cost of goods are relative to other businesses that are exactly like mine, and I love that thing, right? Because I'm looking at things where people are doing things better than I am, and I want to figure out why, right? And what you're saying is interesting. It would be phenomenal if both the system we use to intake this measure, this information and this data, also gave positive opportunity to licensees to leverage it for their own personal quality management.
That's right.
Right?
So I
That's
just
awesome
wanted
idea.
to
It's a really
clarify
good
that in your conversation of optimization, taking something and giving something, perhaps the taking something isn't necessarily a removal of a submission of a data element. It could be adding value in exchange for the extra ask.
Sure. Yeah, maybe not the removal of it, but maybe a change in frequency. Because how you can measure things too frequently and it becomes snapshots, and you're not really seeing a broader picture, right?
Facilitating APIs with student information management systems that can automatically report the data that's needed. Putting that out there, but okay.
That would be phenomenal. Does anyone have anything additional? We won't belabor the point, but I think that, Risa, we're deferring to you and the rest of the staff on the creation of some digestible document that we can all wrap our minds around and figure out a way to move forward.
Will do.
Well, I'd like to thank all of you who stayed. Thank you so much for being here. This has been a good day in my estimation, and I've enjoyed sitting here with you. You will get Mildred tomorrow, so I won't be here. But I appreciate the opportunity to serve as chair today. It means a lot to me. I'm very humbled. Thank you all. Y'all be safe driving home. I think we are adjourned.